tu bisa Murungai bisa silakan nenek Muruti kasih
Kaya mo gichugu
Jika kasih kembali bahaya Twenty Kau jadi lagi
Kaya mo gichugu
Jika kasih kembali bahaya Twenty Kau jadi lagi
Magiziri sawo Yo ingari wabigeme Yo ingari wabigeme we Kariba mu mararo kamaribori se mwiza w'inyamagaju Uri nkangari hoti ibibondo Uri mwiza mawe karusha inyenyeri kwaka Uri kibara kibereye uguri Rero ndundi wose wayigize ingendo we Jiza cerewe, jiza cerewe Keye mu gicugu Keye mu gicugu Ndamburukira abavyeyi keye mu maso wuzuye urweze Wamani nkuyo, wamani nkuyo Ukimbagiza ibisabo, ukimbagiza ibisabo Iyo ushogomanza urabera ingendo we Ingendo yawe, ingwengo yawe Ihamagara ingenzi n'inoti buzagutaha Jiza cerewe, jiza cerewe Keye mu gicugu Urungari w'umurundikazi Uraseruka mu makungu userukiye Urundi amahanga akazindukira i Burundi kuraba umwari wacu
Bala bala baba mpenzi something oh yeah what's good guys, hopefully you guys are doing well. It's me, obviously, Kaiser, the great king of Pan-Africanism. When the sun will come down, we are bongo, hide a blue bird in the sky. When the sun will come down, we are bongo, hide a blue bird in the sky. Sangare o Sarah, Sangare o Samaga, Sangare Shamagara Muma, Valakaramande Kashandara, Vekaramala Magana Maya, Vekaramakajana Oroga, Shandare Ramorogona, Genamarama, Shekaramba. Yeah, Mali boy is saying you ain't Tootsie Tether. Do you think calling me a tether makes me care or cry and all that shit? Mali boy, I'm a high IQ white man stuck in a black body. I don't give a shit by being called a tether. I love specific Tootsie music because it collates with my soul. It rings with my soul. I hate Ethiopian music. I hate Somali music. I hate Kenyan music. I like Tutsi music. I like also Senegambian music. That shit from the Sahel, man. That shit reaches my soul. I like Black American music. This whole tetherism, keep it to those dusty, low IQ Africans. Who cares about being a tether? I like what I like. I like the internet. Shout out to White Man Science. I like what I like. If something is good, it reaches my soul, that shit is fire. But shout out to you, Mali boy. Hopefully you're doing well. I pray for your good afia, health, as well as generally everything else. Shout out to you, brother. Also, shout out to Hacker. Hopefully you're also doing well. Shout out, shout out. Batutsi what tortured but the Bantu said. You guys are insane. You guys are definitely insane. So yeah, shout out. Hopefully you guys are doing well today. We're gonna do a little bit of a topic today. It's talking about the Arab Zadi mistreating the Horn Africans. Shallow, mother loving warm. Hopefully it's gonna be a little bit of show. I don't know how long I'm gonna do it. I might do it for only 20 minutes. Who knows? Niggas gotta get some money, right? Shallow, warm. Niggas gotta make some money out here because obviously I'm a poor guy. I lost my job because niggas don't have a passport. So yeah, I got to go back to grinding like the usual days over there. But anyways, before I start, let me just play my other favorite song from my other favorite tether place, Senegambia, and then we'll start. That's it. Tutsi music and Senegambian music. The other areas, man, they got some shitty music.
Yungolo fa bere nyini ha ma fen fonye Yungolo fa bere nyini ha ma fen fonye Yimbale ma bere nyini ha ma fen fonye Kodunya na tieve taneni ha ma fen fonye ala Nyinkoro ge bere nyini ha ma fen fonye Nindo nuninga ha uma venfonye Nimbale mabere nyinga ha ama venfonye Odunya na tiga betane ni ama venfonye muna ha Muna ha njene wale Nibi wolo ba jene ba wale Una bagalele neve wolofa neve wolofa bagari wole Teri mo venyo fa la dongo ja Una ima fen fonye Sigi nyongo mahuba nyongo fala dongo do Dia kono dongo do Mama muna ima femfonye.
Okay, that's good, but that's enough wailing, my little Gambian. Shout out to you and your music. This song, Score Breezy Balance. Kaiser, this song. Score Breezy Balance. I don't know what that song is. Now, I can't play popular songs if it's a popular song because I'm going to get a copyright strike. So I can only play like dusty songs. Yeah, so if it's like a big song with like millions of views, yeah, definitely can't do that. Yeah, I can't play. Oh, yeah, this guy, yeah. I can't play those kinds of songs, unfortunately. The fuck she telling, but anyways, let's start the show. I've actually gone a little bit too long, so let's go ahead. And let's go and start the show. Cool. We'll start again here.
Here is your African true story. Ethiopia. How Israel sterilized Ethiopian Jewish immigrants without their knowledge. Israel is believed to have been giving Ethiopian Jewish immigrants birth control injections, often without their knowledge or consent, over the years.
Actually, they actually told them that they're doing this. The issue is they told them in Yiddish, right? So obviously the women didn't understand what they were talking about. So yeah, what happened is when the Ethiopian Jews were brought back into Israel, their fatherland, right? Well, there's a lot of anti-black sentiments going on, right? They didn't want these niggas coming into their country and obviously ruining the demographic, the beautiful white Ashkenazi genes. So obviously, what happened is the women were being given injections. It wasn't really sterilization; it was more like they were preventing them from getting pregnant. So it's more of a birth control. It's just it kept happening, more and more injections until a lot of them never gave birth. Actually,
After 5 years of denial, Israel government officials finally admitted to targeting Ethiopian Jewish immigrant women with long-acting contraceptive injections without their consent.
yep. As I said, it was a long time stuff. It wasn't actually real infertility, so drugs.
Most of the women were either coerced into accepting the Depo-Provera injections while living in Israeli-run transit camps in Ethiopia, or were unaware that the injections produced temporary sterilization. After arrival in Israel, the Ethiopian immigrants still received Depo-Provera in disappropriate numbers in the HMOs providing healthcare services. Nearly 144,000 Ethiopian Jews have moved to Israel under the law of return since the 1980s, but their Jewishness
Look how much better the white man actually does the law of return compared to the black man. The law of return for Ghana, right? You're still not a citizen. You still don't have any rights. You still can't really truly own that land. That land is not your land. But the white man actually allows even blacks to come into the country claiming that they're Jews. You see how much more superior the white man is.
has been questioned by some rabbis who have said that African immigrants threaten Israel's existence as a Jewish and democratic state. Ethiopian Jews living in Israel have long complained of institutional racism and violence at the hands of the government and law enforcement. Statistics show significant inequalities between Ethiopian Israeli and the rest of the population.
Now, here's some interesting facts. You know the whole Black Lives Matter stuff in America, the Mado Lives Matter? It's actually worse in Israel, meaning they're actually per capita, right? They're killing way more Ethiopian Jews, right, in Israel than they actually white man that actually ever killed the black man. As in, their Black Lives Matter movement in Israel is way bigger than the ones in America in terms of like the numbers of imprisonment and all that kind of stuff. They literally, there's even a video of an Ethiopian Jewish military man who's actually beaten up by people. I believe it was the police. Yeah, the police beat up a military guy. Let me see if I can pull up that video. This shit is insane. I mean, guys, I'm not capping here. Ethiopian Jews, these dusty black Jews, as they call them, right? That's what they call them, anyways. It's not what I'm calling them. I call them the Habesha. They are actually being treated worse than a dusty Mado in America. Let me find this video. So, Ethiopian Jew military beaten by Israeli police. Yeah, this is mad. Trust me, man. They beat this nigga down, man. Police beat Ethiopia. Yeah. Let me find the video, right? In fact, should I play the video or where he's actually getting beaten up? Yeah, might as well. Let me find it. Shout out to you guys. Hopefully you're enjoying the show.
Ethiopian soldiers are sent to military prison at a higher rate than other groups and are arrested in civilian life at a higher rate than the general population. In 2017, approximately 4%.
It could also be the fact that maybe these these black Jews are committing more crime. That's also possible. I don't know the sort of like ins and outs of their community or culture, right? It's also, I mean, they are black, so obviously criminal genes is inside them. So it's just worse. That's many babies gone. Well, it was effectively sterilization, although, you know, it was more like a long-term infertility rather than proper sterilization. Birth control, should I say. So obviously what that means is a lot of these women didn't actually manage to get kids, basically, right until they passed their menopause. Some of them, obviously, that's what happened. And when they realized it, of course, they were able to withdraw from that drug. But here's the issue, right? Whenever you're trusting governments blindly, why would you trust a dusty government blindly? Even that COVID, that stuff that happened in 2019, I never took that shit, man, because I don't trust it. As a scientist, I know this shit takes years of development. Something that takes 1 year, and I'm going to
Short
put it in my
video
body.
from a security camera in Holon, a suburb of Tel Aviv, has swept Israel and sparked waves of angry protests against police. At the center of the video is Corporal Demas Fkade, the 21-year-old Ethiopian soldier you see in uniform.
So imagine that, right? You're a soldier, you're protecting your dusty country, and a dusty police beat you up. I mean, this is sad. This is literally, my dogs have the same problem all over the world. This is insane.
He says he was trying to reach his house just a block away when police stopped him from crossing the street. There's no sound on the tape, so it's not clear what either party said, but Fkade says he was asking for permission to cross when the police officer grabbed his bike. Fkade says he urged him not to use force, but by then, another officer joined. You can see Fkade pushed to the ground and held down. There's no way to explain the feeling. Only God and I know how I felt, he says. First of all, it's degrading because you're a soldier who is serving the country. You're giving all of yourself, and it's degrading. Moments later, Fkade gets to his feet. He's seen picking up a rock. He eventually puts it down, and the situation appears to quiet down. Israeli authorities say both officers have been dismissed. The incident is still under investigation. The video set off protests across Israel from the Ethiopian Jewish community. Nearly 1,000 demonstrators gathered in Jerusalem on Thursday night, followed by hundreds more on Sunday in Tel Aviv. Protesters blocked off major streets in Tel Aviv.
My dollars matter, man. All you niggas, no matter where you go, because you're a bunch of dusty niggas with brown skin, dark skin, and some dusty jet hair, you're going to get targeted. A combination of those, right? A combination of those. It could be one, either, or both, right? But that's the reality of the Mado man. Only niggas like me don't get discriminated. I only get discriminated by Kenyan police because I hate Africans. Shalom to me.
Snarling traffic during rush hour. Still, it remained peaceful. But when the protest moved to Rabin Square in central Tel Aviv, clashes erupted. Protesters smashed shop windows and damaged police cars. Police fired tear gas and used water cannons to disperse the crowd, as what was a peaceful afternoon became a violent night. Authorities and Ethiopian leaders urged restraint, but it was well past midnight when the final protesters left Rabin Square. I am for the demonstrations, but I'm against violence, Fkade says. Whether it's on policemen or civilians, nobody should get hurt. It's a pity. But I'm for the demonstrations. I'm completely for them. The protests were not just about the video, but about what Ethiopians see as years of discrimination at the hands of police and authorities. The video was the tipping point. Fkade and community leaders met with the Prime Minister to try to ease the unrest in the community and begin to address the bigger issue of what Ethiopians see as discrimination. He expressed interest in us, in the family and the community, Fkade says, and I hope, as Prime Minister, he will now do the right thing. The Prime Minister says he saw the pictures and was
Guys, that man and that man are both from the same race. Look at their head, look at their color, and look at their hair. Exactly the same race. This is the Caucasian race.
shocked by what he saw in the beating video. The Prime Minister says Israel can't let things like this happen again. All sides here hoping the protests are the catalyst for change.
Yeah, so thank you, but you are correct. Obviously, it's better to live in a first world nation than a third world nation. But I guess the issue is they're not being treated the same as the other Jews at the same level. So that's really the main issue there. And obviously, they've got to fight for their freedoms. But again, the whole world doesn't seem to like people with the darker skin. So you guys better pray that you come back as a white man in the next life. Yeah, but Mali boy, most of them are Judea. So, you know, white Ethiopian Jews.
שוטר רוצח חייב להיות בפנים! שוטר רוצח חייב להיות בפנים! שוטר אלים תוריד את המדים! למה? תפסיק לעשות את זה גועל נפש!
Solomon Teka, a 19-year-old Ethiopian Israeli, was shot and killed by a police officer last.
Again, like I said, the numbers are actually worse when you look at per capita of actually Ethiopian being put in prison than Black Americans. Again, per capita, meaning per general group over there.
Last summer. In March, his family and supporters showed up at the officer's trial. The officer said the shooting was an accident after he fired at the ground. He faces a maximum of 3 years in prison.
החוק שלכם, אתם המצאתם את החוק מאסר עולם. זה החוק של רצח. אז איך 3 שנים,
בואו נגיד את כל הקורבנות של הנרצח, הם כולם ביחד.
אברהם גלקין! נרצח על ידי שוטר! סלומון זרפה!
Wait, why does it sound like they're speaking French? Like, I don't speak Yiddish, but this shit sounds like French, man. Now, I speak a little bit of French, and I don't understand most of what they're saying, but it does have a French sound to it. I don't know. Is it because of the Sudanese people? I don't know. Someone adding French in this shit? I don't know, but that doesn't sound like Hebrew. Yeah, it could be Yiddish, or it could be French. Can someone please correct me? My French is not good enough to kind of detect if that French, but it sounds like French.
Tekka's death wasn't the first to rally the Ethiopian Israeli community. Over the past 5 years, 6 young Ethiopian men have been killed by cops, according to a local advocacy group, leading to huge protests across the country. None of the officers were prosecuted until now. This might sound a lot like the Black Lives Matter movement in America, but for Ethiopian Israelis, their struggle for acceptance is complicated by both race and religion.
So when he says it's complicated by both race and religion, he's talking about the fact that obviously the Ethiopian Orthodox Jews are practicing a slightly different variation of Judaism, right? The white man's Judaism is actually not really the ancient Judaism. It's a thing there, and they use some, sort of rabbinic laws and all that stuff. They kind of integrate a little bit differently from other more traditional Jews. So obviously, the government wants the Ethiopian Orthodox Jews to convert to Judaism because they don't believe that they're actually Jews until they convert to their form of Judaism. So obviously, white supremacy is at hand. So if IC3 was here, he would actually talk about that this is actually white supremacy at hand that's happening over here. Because again, they don't believe that their practice version of Judaism is actually Judaism. They think it's just Uga Bugaism.
Facing injustice in the world's only Jewish state, even though they're also Jewish. Young Ethiopian Israelis like the rapper Teddy Neguse have been at the forefront demanding change. He's best known for the song Handcuffed, which became something of an anthem for the protest movement. What are some of the lyrics that you think speak strong?
אני זה בעיה, אני זה המיעוט, אני זה הסיכון, זה הצבע הלבוש.
The music video was based on a real-life act of police brutality. In 2015, 2 police officers were involved in the beating of an Ethiopian Israeli soldier. Neither officer was charged. The visuals are pretty strong.
Yeah. I knew that I need to bring it to the Israeli audience, for them to understand what I'm speaking about. It's me making myself as all the issues of racism and police brutality reflected on me.
Ethiopian Jews started coming to Israel in large numbers in the mid-1980s as part of a government push to help Jews from around the world resettle in Israel. More than 20,000 of them were airlifted out of persecution and political instability into a promise of citizenship and belonging. Teddy's family was among them.
So basically, what my mom doing now, she's making buna.
Buna.
Yeah, it's coffee. It's like a tradition when all the family.
I guess the FBA vibe, man. Everyone's a tether, man. Everyone's always copying FBA tags. Why are they always copying FBAs, man? FBA music, everybody thinks they can just go and steal FBA music. That's why I'm not into that FBA shit, man. That's what FBA is. For me, I'm into my my Tutsi music and my Senegambian music, right? I got to stick to the Africans, right? Because if I go out here stealing FBA music and culture and not acknowledging it, that shit's not right, right? That is not okay at all. Now, let me show you something, right? This is just a youth detainee, right? So Ethiopian Jews make up, let me see the population, right? demographics, right? I don't think they make up more than 5%. I think they actually make up 1.7%, right? Percentage demographic of Ethiopian Jews in Israel, right? I don't think it makes up more than 2%, but apparently there's a, let's see. Okay, cool. 2.3% Israeli Jews. I don't know. Yeah, about 2.3% of Israel. That's what I'm getting. 2.3%. However, if you look at the prison service, at the youth detention centers, they're making up around 40%. So let me just show you. These numbers are outstanding, but it's not that outstanding because, you know, we know what happens when the blacks. So again, guys, notice this, right? The average Ethiopian Jewish population is 2.3%. That's, again, including children and adults, right? 3.3%. However, if you look at this, right? Prison service, almost half of Jewish teen detainees are of Ethiopian descent. Rate of Israeli Ethiopians at Ofek Detention Center is almost 12 times bigger than the rate of the community in the general population. Concerning data by the Israel Prison Service this week, show an astronomical rate of Israeli Ethiopian teenagers who are jailed at the Ofek Detention Center in Sharon Prison, the only detention facility in Israel for under 18s. So this is the only one. So if anyone wants to ask, well, what about the other detention center? No, this is the only youth detention center in the country. So this number will be representative of the whole country. Data presented on Thursday to MK's Michael Rosen, whatever this dusty Jewish names, who toured the detention center, showed that out of 135 teenagers in prison in Ofek, 27 of them were Ethiopian descent. Right? When looking at just the Jewish population at the detention center, 65 teens, the situation becomes even more concerning. 41.5% of Jewish detainees are Ethiopian descent. So clearly, that's way worse. Think about it. As I mentioned, they make up 2.3% of the population. Yet there are 41.5% of the, let's say this is a youth prison population, right? But we can dig deeper and we can realize similar numbers are going to be obviously excelled upwards. I can find data moreover, right? TankyBot, right. This is just one data point, right? I'm sure if we keep digging deeper, we'll see a similar numbers. Because if you look at the black population in the UK, in detention centers, the numbers just scale up when it comes to the actual adult prison population. The numbers will be a bit less, of course, but still will be way overrepresented. So the point here really is that Ethiopian Jews are either committing a lot of crime or they're being targeted. I don't know which one. I don't know anything about the culture. I've never been to Israel, so I could not really give any sort of real Okay, let's say about 1 in 5 FDA soldiers were jailed last year. Okay, let's see. We can even look at the prison numbers for Israel Defense League soldiers, right, who are put in prison. Again, the Ethiopian Jews are overrepresented in that whole thing. The point here is Ethiopian Jews are either doing worse than the Black Americans by crime-wise, or they're being targeted. Okay, so let's go ahead. And if we look at the poverty rate as well, it's similar to Black Americans. Basically, they're really having similar struggle to the Black American struggle. But this makes sense. It's not alarming. They both have Black genes. Shout out. Let's go ahead and analyze.
I can help her?
Yeah, you can help her. You need to move them. You need to move them like she's doing.
The whole time?
We need it crispy but not burnt.
This is the coffee the entire family's gonna be drinking?
Yeah.
So if I mess it up, it's gonna be a problem?
Yeah. You can have problem with a lot of people.
זה בסדר? ככה, קצת. כן.
Once in Israel, Ethiopian Jews found that they weren't always welcome. Since they lived in isolation for thousands of years, some of their traditions differed from modern Judaism.
יפה! וואו.
As an Ethiopian Jew in Israel, do you feel equal to white Jews?
אנחנו יהודים לכל דבר. אנחנו אין לנו ארץ אחרת. ארץ הקודש זה מה אנחנו גם מרגישים ככה. זאת אומרת, יש מוסדות כאלה.
Yeah, thank you, but plus you know these numbers always scale up. So I'll give you some other numbers that I can easily find, but they're all similar rates. So 2.3% population. But if you look at the prison rate for I look at the adult prison rate, but this is for the Israeli Defense League prison force, right? So let's see. Okay, let me just find and share the data. Yeah, this one is kind of difficult to support. Situation is pretty bad for the Ethiopian Jews. Let me share this, right? Let me share my screen and share it. Trust me, these guys are having the same experience as the Mados in America, man. But it makes sense. It makes sense. Cool. Let's see where the numbers are going to show. 1 second. And look at this, right? Soldiers of Ethiopian descent currently make up 3% of the IDF, right? So notice that's quite similar to the representative number, 3%, but disproportionate 13% of the military prison population. Like I said, this is worse than the Mado Americans. As in, it's not just a little bit worse, as we've shown, right? Again, the numbers are scaling up, as I said, right? My IQ is not going to defeat me, thank you, but don't worry. I mentioned earlier, 2.3% of the Israeli population are Ethiopian Jews. Yet they make up 41.5% of the youth imprisonment rate. That is a crazy number. And right now, when we're talking about the number of Israeli Defense Forces in prison, right? Look at this. 3% of the IDF are members of Ethiopian Jews, but 13% of the military prison population is them. You can do the numbers, man. That is an incredible number. That is 4 times more relevant than the population. That's actually higher than the Black Americans. That is crazy, or similar numbers anyways, I guess, right? That is insane. But it's not that insane. As I noticed, obviously, Blacks always love to do crimes in white countries. So it's not that surprising, to be honest.
שירו רוצים לא כל כך מקבלים אותנו.
אני לא פחות מלבן, ברור שלא, ואני גם עושה הכל כדי שאני לא אהיה שונה, ומי שמסתכל תמיד יסתכל באופן לא שווה.
This is actually my grandfather's synagogue.
Oh, this is it?
Yeah, this is it. Yeah.
The synagogue of your late grandfather.
Yeah. It's a very special place. Yeah, it's a very special place. You're a Jew, I mean, it's not connected to your race or something or how you look like. You're just a Jew. And there's people who come in here and they're non-Ethiopians and pray with the Ethiopians and my grandfather was very believing that you should let everybody come.
I mean, that's a problem. That's a problem. Like I said, whenever Mados travel outside of their own countries, they're always going to get mistreated simply because of how they look. So there's only one solution. Breed out the black. Marry white women. Better the race. You have to better the race, man. Because if you look like this guy here with the jet hair and the black skin, you're going to get discriminated wherever you go. That's just a reality. Breed out the black, man. You got to get yourself a white woman and keep breeding out the black until the black is gone. Seal it bang until the black is gone.
You should let everybody come and pray.
Late last year, Israel's top religious authority, the Chief Rabbinic Council, formally recognized the community's Jewishness.
Yeah, I have the poverty data. Actually, 35% of them live in poverty. So, of course, poverty is going to explain that, right? But that's this whole thing with the Black Americans. It's always the same thing. Poverty and all those things are going to explain some of these things. We need poverty there that explains what they're arrested for and what percentages of the Ethiopian population they represent. We already have the population, right? It's 2.3% of the general population is Ethiopian. 41% of the youth imprisonment is Ethiopian. 41 from 2.3% to 41%. If we talk about the adult population in prison, we at least have the data for the IDF, Israeli Defense Force, which is 3% of the Israeli Defense Force are Ethiopian Jews, and 13% of the prison population is them. So we at least have those data over there. That's all probably. In fact, let me send some of the data so that people can look in the chat over there. So this is one of the data. I mean, proper, not poverty. Oh, okay. Yeah. This is some of the data. Obviously, we're not going to do like a high-end study on anything. We don't have really that much time. But I can send some basic stuff that I've picked up from, pretty much the stuff that I've picked up from online from very quick studies. As I said, we can't really do a live show and start looking at very deep stuff. Shout out.
Rabbi Shlomo Omar was a member of the council until 2013 and advocated for the change. Ethiopian Jews moved here over 40 years ago. Why did it take so long for them to be fully recognized?
אין תיעוד בתעודות ברור מי יהודי או לא יהודי, אין תיעוד ברור באתיופיה. ואז צריכים לברר, יכול להיות שבשביל זה הרבנות הראשית חיכתה שייתנו לה את העבודה לעשות אותה בצורה נכונה, בצורה מקורית ומדויקת. זה לא עלבון, זה לא שדוחים אותם חס ושלום.
Have you experienced any racism within the council that would make Ethiopian Israelis feel this way?
אני נתקלתי בבעיות, לא חושב.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. That's obviously what's happening over there in this part of the world. Of course, oh my God. It's not stealing content. Yo, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Let me know when it's back. Oh, the sun will come down. Mia bongo, hide a bird in the sky. When the sun will come down, Mia bongo, hide a bluebird in the sky. Sangare oh Sarah, Sangare oh. Anyways, as I was saying, right? So some people asking about the numbers, right? So let's go through. 2.3% of the overall 2.7 for adult arrests in Israel were Ethiopian descent. In 2015, Israeli adults made up 2.9% of adult arrest. That's from the Jerusalem Post. Yeah, that's arrest. We're talking about prison population. Prison population, as I mentioned there, was from the IDF numbers as well as the numbers from the other places. We're not talking about arrests. Arrests are irrelevant. Prison is what matters. So from IDF, Israel Defense League, we note that it's 13% Black Jews out of the 3% people there. Kaizo, unless Tanky Boy can find me the actual general adult prison population, that would be interesting. But I don't think the numbers are going to be vastly different from those numbers that we saw earlier.
Years, Israel's Ethiopian Jewish community has complained over what they see as a pattern of racist violence by police against them. Those frustrations boiled over last night at a demonstration in Tel Aviv. It was called in response to the shooting death of a young Ethiopian Israeli man by officers in disputed circumstances on January 18th in the city of Bat Yam.
And yesterday, after several hours of peaceful protest, activists clashed with police in violent confrontations. 11 were arrested, and police say 6 of their officers were lightly injured. Well, joining us in studio now is Ethiopian-Israeli activist Mazal Bishare. Joins us in the studio. And Mazal, let's a little background here, because certainly our viewers abroad, especially in the U.S., are going to be familiar with this issue, the Black Lives Matter campaign in the U.S. Here in Israel, how severe a problem is it for Ethiopian Israelis, police violence?
Well, I think that we saw it a week ago with the tragic death of Yehuda Biadga. I mean, this is how serious it is. It's practically dangerous for us to walk in the street. We feel afraid of police officers, and I don't think that in a democratic state this is a normal situation. The fact is that racism is something that is almost a taboo. No one talks about it, no one wants to listen, everyone would rather think that it's some kind of conspiracy theory in our minds, but when basically we are being discriminated systematically and brutalized for at least 30 years. Young people that were born and raised in Israel do not feel like this is their home. They cannot feel that way when they are being rejected by the institution, and they are being rejected by the Israeli society, and they are being beaten up by the streets.
Let's talk about those protests.
Yeah, you Dusties can call in now. The lines are open. Click on the link and we can now engage in this conversation. Is that white supremacy across the globe, or is it just blacks always committing more crime?
That we saw yesterday, we saw some of those images there, and as we mentioned, it started peaceful, it turned violent. Were you there? What was your experience of what happened there?
I was there. I was there yesterday from 2 to 8:30 p.m. I was there for 6.5, I think, almost hours. I can tell you that it was a very peaceful demonstration. We all felt like we have a responsibility, basically, after the last week, after the last few days, when you could see the police department interviewing in the mainstream media, talking about stereotyping us, a whole community of black Ethiopian young people, Jews that live here in Israel, stereotyping us as brutal, as violent, as dangerous. We knew that we have an extra responsibility to not act that way, and you could feel it. Everyone was very peaceful. We had a large prayer. You had activists talking, and we basically have a very serious, well-defined demands.
So do you think that the point where it turned violent sort of distracted ultimately from the purpose and the message?
I think the fact that we are talking about it here right now, basically we are doing exactly what the police wanted us to do, okay? Out of 10 of thousands of people that were there, only 11 were arrested. This happened at the end.
Now the numbers that I showed, so let me show them again, right? 3% of IDF, that's Israeli Defense Force, IDF are Ethiopian Jews. 13% of their prison population, right? Because obviously under military law, you have a slightly different prison system and judicial system in most countries. 13% of them in prison are Ethiopian Jews. So you can clear that's 4 times more than population. That's actually higher than for blacks in America. That's one of the numbers we have. I don't think there's any general adult prison population by race. But again, we can assume that based on the logic. Now, if you look at the youth imprisonment rate, right? Israeli Ethiopian descent make up about 2.3, or let's just say 3%. Let's just generalize it up to 3%. 3% general population, although it's 2.3. General population, and they make up 41.5% youth imprisonment rate. And there's only one youth imprisonment facility in the whole country. So that's crazy. That's crazy. This is worse than the Black Americans, than the Mado Americans. What's going on?
Wow.
Do Blacks and dark-skinned people always commit more crime? Or is it white supremacy?
End of the protest at around 9 p.m. Okay, and now you're sitting with me, and we are talking about the violence that occurred last night.
So
we're
let's
not
talk
talking about 50% of Ethiopian families living in poverty. We're not talking about the fact that only 3% of cases against corrupt officers are being prosecuted. We are not talking about the full discrimination that we feel here every day.
So let's talk about that. Racism is, of course, not just about a public or just about the institutions. It's endemic in all of that. So where do you feel like it needs to start? What's a message you would like to send, and how to start to fix that problem?
I think that the first step is a step that no one ever took so far. The first step is to admit and say that there is something wrong here. The police department, instead of pointing the fingers at us and victimizing itself, okay, you have the chief of police.
So Mr. IC is free. Looking at the numbers, we don't have a general adult prison rate as in general population. We've only got the numbers I've shown, which is for the military prison population, whereby 3% of the IDF, Israeli Defense Force, are Ethiopian descent, and 13% of their prison population is the same as them. And also the youth imprisonment rate. This is juvenile under 18s. Ethiopians generally make up 2.3% of the population, yet they make up 41% of youth imprisonment. What's going on? Is it just blacks being dusty, committing more crimes because they can't help it? Or is there white supremacy at hand? Also, we watched the video where young Ethiopian women were being given a drug that actually made them, it was a long-term, not infertility exactly, but that was the consequence. Basically, it's a long-term, what's that word? When you make someone can't get pregnant. No, the other one, birth control. It's a long-term birth control pill injection given to them without their consent,
Right.
as in, yeah. So what's going on here? Do you think it's white supremacy or just blacks being dusty?
Okay, so the topic is fantastic. Now, you know what I think is white supremacy, but you see, that question is in people's minds, and the propaganda in the media will tend to lead the majority of people to think, oh, it's the black people, it's something in their nature, it's in their bones, you know. The system, that the earth is flat. The earth is flat. There's no bias, you know. There's no racism, you know. It's just there's equal opportunity for everyone in this world. You see. So what I like about this particular feature that you're representing here is police, yes, and how the Ethiopian black people are suffering racism in Israel. And then people would say, oh, no, it's not how could Israel be racist? It's not about color.
They're
It's
also
just-
Jews, actually. They're also Yahoo boys.
exactly. Yeah, so it can't be about color, because how you know, if anybody should know, Israel would know about that. So there's no way it could be about color. It's something else. So what I'd like to do is amplify this whole situation, and let me play devil's advocate, and we're going to look into policing internationally. You see, I'm going to make the statement that policing internationally acts as the fist of the white supremacist financial ecosystem. So the ecosystem is finance, but finance has to be protected by law and order. So policing and finance are brothers and sisters, as it were. You can't have financing without good policing, because policing bring stability. Yes, for good business, you need a stable environment. Yeah, for investment. Yeah, people want to invest where there's stability, and stability is associated with law and order. So tell me if you just any point where I'm making that you disagree with, tell me. So I'm saying investment relates to finance. Finance and investment are dependent on stability. How can you achieve stability without law and order? And those who are in charge of maintaining law and order are the police. So that's how I'm connecting them all together. And I'm taking it even further to say, so I like anybody to challenge me on this, that policing is an international thing. And the proof of that is Interpol. Anybody heard of Interpol?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm going to read a bit from the Interpol, because it's to do we're talking about policing and racism internationally. So this is a document. I'll give you the link if you like.
Hang on, Mr. SG. Just before you go on, some dusty Gambian the other time called Darth, he was saying that the Jews are not necessarily worse for blacks. In fact, they're better. Really? This is what you want? These dusty Jews who should have been exterminated? No. These dusty Jews out here doing bad things against our black brothers, right? Or are you too scared to say that, Mr. IC3?
Oh, sorry, I was reading the article. I was getting prepared to read the article in the presentation. You're addressing somebody in the chat. Are you?
No. Are you too scared to admit that the Jews are dusty and they are anti-black?
You see.
Are you scared he's going to get you?
No. You have to watch the language. You see, this is where the confusion is, you see. So Jewishness and Jewish identity is open to anybody to claim who has the power to do so. So I can call myself Jewish. And who's going to say that I'm not Jewish if I say I'm Jewish?
Okay.
See? So who is the authority, or where is the authority on Jewishness, on Jewish identity?
It's in Israel by the Orthodox Jewish Council. They actually have a council. So they were saying that the Ethiopian Jews were not really Jews. So they want them to convert into Judaism.
You see? You said that, but I've had debates with Jewish people living in Israel and on other channels and about Jewish identity. And I said, and they're living in Israel, and I said, how does Jewish identity, how is it defined within Israel itself? Is Israel Jewish? And we're going on all in circles, could not get a clear definition. See, so there's different.
Yeah, hang on, Howard Taco. Since us blacks here, we don't give a shit about those Palestinians, man. They can burn, they can die. We don't give a shit about them. We only care about our fellow black brothers. We don't give a shit about some dusty Palestinians. They have their own fight. You Dasmalis can support them, but us, we support our Judaic brothers. What about you? Who do you support? The Palestinians or the black Jews?
I support the black people.
This
good. This word Jewish, good. I don't know. Yeah,
okay.
Black people, because you know my position, it's white supremacy is the problem.
By the way, can I ask you a question? Can you prove that Ethiopians are IC3? I know you proved that Somalis are IC3. Do we know if Ethiopians are IC3? Is it on the the code that you showed before? Because you showed the code, you showed that the Somalis were IC3 black, but our Ethiopians, because if Ethiopians are not IC3 black, then we should not be supporting them, because that means they're different race from.
Well, I've been having lots of chats with the Ethiopians on this very subject, and they're in full support. So here's the system. So the Ethiopians would come under Black African or other Black African or.
But why are they not mentioned there? Why are there no Black Ethiopians?
Other Black.
Keep going. I can see Black Somali. I see Black Sierra Leone. But where is
any
Black?
other Black? Yeah. There's Somali and there's Sudanese. Yeah, and that it ends at Sudanese. So why the Ethiopians are not mentioned?
Where's the Kenyan? I'm not Kenyan. I'm not Black then. Where's the Kenyan?
Yeah, Kenyan would come under other or Black African or other Black African.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I see.
yeah. So in the system, they tend to leave out traditional enemies. So, for example, how I've worked that out is you see here. You can tell by how they look after, how they treat other races and ethnicities. You see, they put Turkish people and Greek people in the white section. Yeah. Yeah. So they see the W for white. So Turkish and Greek are classified as white, right? But I have a good discussions with this. Look at this.
I see.
The Kurdish people, are classified as other.
Ah, okay, interesting.
Right. So what's the difference? See, you have to study a bit of history to know what's going on here. You see, the Kurdish people, they're recognized. See, they've got a place here, Kurdish, and they've got a code as well. But they have no land. There's no Kurdistan. So I've talked to the Kurdish people about this, lots of them. I talked to Turkish people about this. I said, what's going on here? Why have they put the Kurdish people? Because the Kurdish people, part of the Kurdistan, which is not on the map. Yeah, just like we said, Somaliland's not on the map. The borders of the Kurdish land.
Yeah, that's why there's a fall there. The Kurds want to be free from the.
Exactly, it's the same thing.
Conqueror.
Yeah. Yes. So part of the Kurdish land, part of it is in Turkey, part of it is in Iran.
Yep.
Part of it is in Syria, and part of it is in Iraq.
Yeah. There's ethnic Kurds in all those areas, who don't want to be ruled by the Muslims. Actually.
Yes, and that's and there's actual borders. Yeah, so the borders of that land. So why won't the Kurdish people be recognized and have a land? Yet they're putting their name there. What's it's like they're taking the piss. Yeah, and then as I was studying this, what I've come to the conclusion is that the Kurdish people are associated with Saladin. Yeah. And Saladin was the warrior that killed the Crusaders, defeated the Crusaders. And with the defeat of the Crusaders, the defeat of the Knights Templar, and it rolled right the way down. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it was the Crusaders, the Christian Crusaders, coming down to take the Holy Land, and then the fight against the Islam and Christianity, it clashed, and Saladin, he's connected. His descendants are the Kurdish people, and so the defeat of the Crusaders is pinned on the Kurdish people. So they won't give them the land. won't recognize them, won't put them in the world, won't give them a place in the map of the world. They're not recognized in the world, yet they're semi-recognized.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Right. Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. So white supremacy, maybe I'm beginning to understand. Maybe there's a thing. Either for me, I don't know. Is it blacks just like committing crime? Or there's white supremacy
Well,
putting
let's
them
have
in
this
prison?
discussion.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Because
let's
every
explore.
black abroad is always being dusty. Come to the
Yes.
UK, we're you guys are overrepresented in the prison population. You go to
Yeah,
America,
everywhere.
you guys are also overrepresented everywhere. You go to Israel, even the Jews, Yahudims, right? The Yahoo boys still overrepresented. So I ask, is it because you guys are criminal in mind, or is white supremacy at hand? It has to be one of those.
That is the question. So let us continue the investigation, because this world, as I see it, is a crime scene, and we have to act as
And the blacks are
investigators.
always committing crimes in this crime scene, right?
Well, it's a crime scene from the black perspective, because black people are suffering, and we're trying to find out who is messing with the black people worldwide. Who is the criminal? There's criminals working against black people from our perspective, but from the other perspective, the most popular aspect, they'll say, "Oh no, it's just black people misbehaving." But we believe, as black people, we're being stitched up, and the real criminals have not been caught. So we have to continue our investigations.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah. So I suspect, following this lead, which you've highlighted today by showing how the Ethiopians, the black Ethiopians, are crying racism in Israel. So it appears to be the policing all over the world appears to be anti-black. We suspect. So, those of you who think you know English, I'd like to present this to you today, which is on topic. So, this is a document from Interpol. Interpol is international policing. Yeah, so all the police forces in the world, are linked and communicate with each other. Yeah, through Interpol. Make sense? Okay. So, is Interpol, if white supremacy exists, then Interpol would be a white supremacist, racist organization. International racist, white supremacist policing. We suspect. We prove that. We can't just make statements, But I suspect that Interpol is a white supremacist, racist, international organization. And so therefore I'm carrying out an investigation in that along those lines. So I think this is very important. It might become a bit boring to some people, but this is deadly important. What I'm going to read to you here is, I'll give the link to, let me give you the link, actually, for other people who might want to. Does that link through? Is that link there? Does it go? Can you open that link?
I'll try.
Does it go through to?
Although you may, Although
does it go through to a website?
No, because that's through your own local system. So what you'd have to do is, if you got my email, you may have to send it to me through email. Do you have email?
Yeah. Let me type the email. This document, is done by Interpol. I want you to understand the seriousness of this. I thought, I knew English. I thought I could read English. Yeah. This document is written in English. Yes. And when I knew there was something weird about this document, but I couldn't figure it out. I knew there was something going on with this document written in English. But I couldn't understand it, even though it's plain English. Yeah. And so I sat down with one of my friends who's an English teacher, and he broke it down for me. I was shocked. I was frightened. All my life, I thought I could read English. When he finished breaking this document down to me, I felt illiterate. Illiterate. I didn't understand what it was saying. Did you
Yeah. Okay. That's your race code chess. Are you good at playing chess?
I can play, but I'm brilliant.
So you say you're not brilliant?
That's right. But I run a chess club. But the purpose of the chess club really is for people to meet and talk on international issues, like we're doing now.
Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. So if you can't play chess, why do you think you can beat the white man who is the master of chess?
You see, if you're playing, you see, there's chess, which is a 2-player chess, but there's also 4-player chess. And my chess club, I can show you the videos on that if you like, with people playing. My chess club is 4-player chess. You can play 2-player chess there, but it's mainly about 4-player chess. And if you play 4-player chess, it is closer to real politics. 2-player chess, the rules are white supremacist bias, because the rules of chess is that the white moves first. That's the rules, international. Wow. White always moves first. Why? It should be toss of the coin, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Whether it's white or black, but it's biased. You can look up racism in chess. Just look up and read about it. There's big debate about it. Just like saying, is there racism in the police? But yes, white always moves first. Why? So therefore, I set up a chess club where it's mainly 4-player chess, and we toss a coin that decides who moves first, whether it's white or black. And then when we do 4-player chess, it's more closer to real politics, because you have to build. It's all about relationship building.
I see.
In order to get ahead with the game. So yeah, that makes sense.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want me to email that document to you now, or do you want me to email it?
No, email it. I've sent you an email. So email it to that place I've sent it to.
Right. Okay. Because this is the most important stream, I reckon. This is the heaviest stream of what I'm about to show you. This is this is the opener. I just hope people because this is serious. I thought there you go. Right, so attach. Let's see if we can attach. Reply. Attach.
Let me ask you a question. Why are Africans so annoying? I met this dusty African on the street. Actually, he met me, right? I was on my phone thinking about my next moves again, because I play chess with life, right? I don't just do things. I got to think. Now, this African comes to me and tries to beg me for money. He's like, oh, God brought us. No, God did not bring us together. You saw that I look like a rich guy because I got nice clothes. So you thought you could come and beg me for money. So this nigga comes to me, and then he's trying to, ask me for money. And I said, he said, I don't have a job. I said, okay, fine. Later on at 4 p.m., I might have something for you, right? So I can communicate there with you, right? I'm not going to give you anything. He's trying to beg me for food. I'm like, bro, I'll give you a job. You can come clean my dishes. I do need I cut myself, right? So I can't really clean dishes right now. So I thought, hey, hang on. He can clean my dishes and I can give him some money, right? I'm not going to give him free money because I work hard for my money, right? So guess what? I tell the African, text me. I cannot pick up phone calls because I'm in a meeting, aka my live streams. This is a meeting, right? This is this is actually a very this is a value added to the population. It's a radio show, right? So I can't just pick up some dusty Africans' calls, correct? But these dusty African is calling me. Why can't they understand, Mr. IC3C? If the African, this is not white supremacy. The dusty African, I tell it very carefully. Don't call me. I'm in a meeting. Text me. This dusty calls me. What's wrong with them? You see, what that means is this dusty African is going to lose the opportunity to get that money because they can't follow instructions. They think exactly, right?
Yeah,
I've set up the simple rules. Just text me. Are you coming? Yes or no. Don't call me. Just reply yes or no.
Yeah.
So maybe the white man already told you how to defeat him, but we just don't want to listen.
That's right. It's conditioning. So the solution to the problems that we are discussing must include black people globally where they are at. So you never hear me complaining about Africans or the African mind or black people. The solution is going to have to deliver them from exactly where they are because of the conditioning. Yeah. So did you get that email?
Yeah, I can share it. Where are you reading from?
Yeah, so 3:11. I mean, this is going to be deep. So a lot of people are going to start saying, this show, I'm crazy, but watch this. I'm going to tell you anyway. So go to 3.11.
Okay, let's see. 3.11, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm there. Religious, right?
That's right.
Racial
What does
element.
it say? What does it say?
Okay. I'll share the screen.
Yeah.
It's there.
Sharing the screen. Okay, so let's go through this together. Okay. So look, 3:11. Let's start there. Do you see anything in 3:11? Why it should be 3.11? Why they chose that point there?
Not yet.
Okay. 33. Yeah. See, in numerology, these people, they speak in codes. Yeah. So I'll just tell you anyway, then people can do their own investigation. But that is symbolical 33. 33 is a 6, and 66 and 99 are specific codes. Just like you have codes, IC1 for the black, for the white, IC3 for black people. Yeah.
Okay.
The numbers also indicate the importance of a particular piece of information. Yeah. So at 3.11, which is 33 basically, is religious and racial elements. Okay. So as we go through this, I'm going to show you. I didn't understand English. I thought I understood English. Now I want you to tell me: is this racist or not? Let's go through this. I couldn't tell, but my English teacher, I call him English teacher because he's a teacher, and we sit down and discuss just like I discuss here. I asked him to look through this. I said, "There's something going on in this document, something going, but I can't figure it out." And he basically said it's racist, but I can't. You try and find out where do you think it is where it exposes as being racist. See if you can find it as we go through this document. I'm not going to say. He said it's blatantly racist, but I couldn't see it. I can't see it. I didn't see it until he told me. So there it is right in front of your face. That's an Interpol official document. See, the question, may data be processed when they contain religious or racial elements? Background. Article 3 of Interpol's constitution prohibits the organization from undertaking any intervention or activities of a religious or racial character. The exclusion of offences of a religious or racial character corresponds to the fundamental principles of international human rights, notably the right to freedom of religion and the prohibition of racial discrimination. This position also reflects international extradition law. Interpol's General Assembly resolutions have referred to a number of examples of pure religious and racial offences practicing a prohibited religion, recruitment, or propaganda for particular religions, membership of a racial association, and belonging to a banned religious group. So what is it saying there? The position also reflects international extradition law. Okay. Interpol General Assembly resolutions have referred to a number of examples of pure religious and racial offences. Okay. Religious and racial offences. Practicing a prohibited religion. Okay. So they wouldn't get involved in that. Recruitment or propaganda for particular religions. Okay. Membership of a racial association. And belonging to a banned religious group. So Interpol would not get involved in something like that. Is that correct?
Not correct. Not correct. So let's read.
You tell me.
From the beginning. Article 3.
You break it down for me. Watch this.
Yeah. Article 3 of Interpol's constitution prohibits the organization from undertaking any intervention or activities of a religious or racial character.
Okay.
What this means is that they are actually prohibited from engaging in crimes or criminal offenses that is actually from a religious or racial perspective. Meaning, if I am a Black Lives Matter activist in South Africa, like for example, the original South African blacks, I forgot the name of that thing, Tanky Bot. Do you remember the name of the South African ANC? I'm a member of the ANC and I have fled from South Africa because of their racism. I cannot be then subject to Interpol's jurisdiction if I run away to Kenya or Ethiopia. So this is actually a non-racism because they're saying if something, again, but it depends, Miss Isis. Because from a low level individual perspective, yes.
Yeah.
It says that they won't engage in, and it will actually help the so-called minorities of racial or religious beliefs. However, it also means from a macro scale perspective, if there is a racial crime by another group of people, aka the white man, they will not intervene in that either. So they won't intervene on me, a Dusty Kaizo, from fighting against the white man as an individual.
Yeah,
they won't extradite me back to the country where I apparently committed a racial crime. Like, let's say I am, what's that Dusty guy from South Africa? What's his name again? What's his name? That Dusty South African who fought for independence.
Mandela.
South African black. Yeah. So if I'm Mandela, I've been accused of terrorism under racial class. I will not be sent back to South Africa as an individual. But that also means that if I am a white supremacist nation, I cannot be subject to Interpol's jurisdiction either. Right. So it actually holds against the general black or racist group because the white man is at the top, and that means we cannot take this case to Interpol. Racism cannot be taken.
But hold it. Yeah, but Interpol, we can't say, it doesn't say that the white man's at the top. You see,
it doesn't say that, but
their hands are still clean so far.
Right, Interpol doesn't claim to be a white organization, right? It claims to be, Interpol claims to be an international organization made up of like nations, right? So it doesn't define itself as a European or a Western organization.
Exactly. So go on. You're better. Your English is better than mine. Okay, so the first paragraph, all it says is that we're Interpol. We're not going to get involved. on anything to religious or racial, and you broke it down by saying, well, if I'm a black person running away from oppression, Interpol won't get involved, and if I'm a white supremacist racist state, Interpol won't get involved. Correct?
Exactly. Right.
Okay. Next. We break down the next paragraph then, because you're good, very sharp. Were you? I'm impressed.
Interpol's General Assembly resolutions have referred to a number of examples of pure religious and racial offenses. Practicing a prohibited religion, recruitment of or propaganda for particular religions, membership of a racial association, and belonging to banned religious groups. So here's a problem, and this is the part of here. So a white supremacist government is not under these banned religious places or are purely racial, because the American government says that we are American. We are not pro-white. So that's now the problem. What they're doing is that they're going to be actually acting against, let's say, for example, the Hebrew Israelite movement or any other black nationalist movements, and even white nationalist movements, again, movements, but they will not come for white supremacy at the larger scale, because white supremacy at the top will never admit that it's a white supremacist state. So they will come for the small racial groups, but they will never come for the one at the top because it doesn't admit it.
Well, hold it. Are you saying that Interpol will come for the small racist groups?
Let me just reread it again just to make sure. But yes, I think that's what it's saying.
You see, what's the language? I thought I knew English.
Interpol's General Assembly resolutions. So this is General Assembly. Have referred to a number of examples of pure religious and racial offenses. So it does have an assembly for purely religious and racial offenses. So it does have some offenses, not for individuals, but for groups. And these are the groups: practicing a prohibited religion.
Yeah, I think they're just giving definitions here. Yeah, they're just giving definitions.
Oh, right.
Describing anything that they actually do or are going to do. They're simply giving definitions.
That's correct. So we have to go on. The existence of religious and racial elements, however, does not entail the immediate application of Article 3. Okay, so what? Okay, yeah, actually, no, it's not giving any clear information. You're correct. Indeed, restrictions prescribed by law on the freedom of religion deemed necessary to protect public safety, order, health, or morals, or fundamental rights and freedom of others do not contravene an individual's right to religion and will not be considered as purely religious offenses. Thus, for example, the criminalization of hate speech is not considered a pure religious or racial offense, and states are encouraged to okay, what? I don't really understand. Yeah, I don't understand. For criminalization of hate speech, okay, yeah, that's not related to Interpol. With regard to the term racial, the 1994 General Assembly report refers to a distinction between race and ethnic group, pointing to the wording of the 1948 Genocide Convention, which expressly distinguished between ethnic groups and racial groups. Obviously, because hey, Tutsis and Hutus as the same race, they're both black, but they're different ethnic groups. I think that's what they're talking about. Or Amharas and Tigrinyas. Notwithstanding the above distinction of the Genocide Convention, appears that for the purpose of Article 3, a broader interpretation of the term racial is desired. To that end, the more comprehensive definition of the term racial discrimination, 1965 Convention of the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, appears to be appropriate. Indeed, this definition, I think what they're trying to say is that they're not going to get involved in anything racial or religious at all.
Basically, yeah, what they're trying to say is essentially that, because obviously this is an international organization made up of almost 200 different nations and different ethnic groups. They're trying to say that they're neutral. They're racially and religiously neutral. And what the only time that they got, and then they're defining exactly what being racially and religiously neutral means. For instance, they don't believe that they encourage governments punishing hate crimes, and they don't see this as an imposition on someone's religion. So if you're interested in white supremacists, you could make the argument that this notion of hate crimes is obviously a Western concept, right? Who exactly decides what's a hate crime?
Yeah, and also, for example, okay, look, one of the reasons after being accused by these dusty Africans of a crime I didn't commit, right, I had to obviously think about leaving this dusty country. However, under Interpol's jurisdictions, the crimes I've been accused of is within their limits and power, meaning they can actually send me back if I fail their legal, whatever, the UK law's legal structure. Because I've not been accused of anything political. Now, the only thing I have right now is the fact that these dusty police officers on live stream came and threatened me. They did threaten to kill me and stuff. So that's fine, right? That I can obviously apply under Human Rights Convention. But the point is, for general crimes like murder, theft, rape, they are in line with the jurisdictions. But when it comes to political offenses, aka politics, or religious or racial offenses, again, but a racial offense does not mean, let's say I beat up a Chinese man. That is not a racial offense. A racial offense is just, it's a purely racial thing as opposed to an extra offense that's tied to it, right? So obviously they'll still see that as a aggravated assault. The racial then becomes irrelevant. So yeah, what they're saying is, if I'm part of a racial group that wants to fight for freedom, like the Tigrayan Defense Force, that's not killing anyone, hey, I'll be safe. If I'm part of a religious group that's banned, like even a satanic group in a country, let's say that, for example, in Europe, it's actually legal to say and deny that the Jewish so-called Holocaust didn't happen, I cannot be sent back to that country to face the law, because that is a purely religious and racial offense. It's got nothing to do with actual causing harm. Thank you, Bob. Do you agree?
No, you could be. No, I don't think I agree, because they say that they encourage governments to punish hate crimes. And a lot of these things would be considered hate crimes.
They're saying like they won't get involved though here, right? Because they say, but then they say they won't get involved though. Yeah, they encourage governments to do that, but they won't.
Yeah, when they say they define what they mean, right? In the first paragraph, they define what they mean by they won't get involved. They simply mean that they believe in the right of freedom of religion.
Right. So it's kind of confusing.
Yeah, so they purposely, this kind of language is purposefully confusing, right? So that they can use it.
They're not very precise. Interesting.
But ultimately, they have this notion of hate crimes that they encourage all governments to punish. And obviously, there's the question of who defines what a hate crime is and according to what values.
Okay, interesting. But yeah, but why are they being so, I don't know, because it's weird that they're doing this white man's double speech. Because on one hand, they're saying, okay, we will not get involved in anything that's like racial or religious. Then they define what a racial or religious offense is without actually explicitly defining if a racial offense is something that, okay, how do I say this, right? So let me read this again, right? Article 3 of Interpol's constitution prohibits the organization from undertaking any intervention or activities of a religious or racial character. So they're actually saying, okay, again, if you just read this without context, they're not going to get involved in anything that is racial or religious character, meaning that is the main purpose. For example, if I beat you up because you are Chinese, they will intervene because I beat you up of aggravated assault, but not because of the racial element, right? I'm guessing that.
Yes.
So the exclusion of offenses of a religion, exclusion again. So they're saying they're excluding it. Of offenses of a religious character corresponds to fundamental principles of international human rights. Okay. So they're kind of saying everything that they have to do is within human rights. So I guess, okay, interesting. Notably, the right of freedom of religion. So they're saying you can practice any religion. And the prohibition of racial discrimination. Okay, fine. So I guess if you're fighting for freedom, so now here's the issue. Would Nelson Mandela be given rights to remain in Kenya under Interpol law, even though the government in South Africa has accused them of crimes, and one of them is terrorism? So he did actually blow up a building, but he was defending his, it's really complicated. This is not, this doesn't actually make any sense. Yeah. Because it's not going, because again, what if I'm actually fighting for freedom? What if I'm a freedom fighter and I'm actually seeking, the white man is crazy. It's an interesting article, but I don't understand what it's saying. You can't read it by...
I think it's neutrality what they're really talking about. They're not really telling us what kind of actions they're going to take. It's mostly about portraying that this is a neutral organization. I mean, that's what they're trying to emphasize. We're just neutral, so we're not going to involve ourselves in religious or racial conflicts. Because to get involved would mean to take a side, right? And you don't want an international organization to take a racial or religious side. So it doesn't really say what course of action they're going to take. It's probably on purpose.
Yeah, which means then you can't rely on international law to protect yourself if you are, like, say, like a freedom fighter or a racial discrimination fighter, because they'll basically...
Well, law is always interpreted, right? Law is always interpreted, so it doesn't really matter. It depends on
Right,
who
but-
exactly the judge is and who's going
So-
to do the interpreting.
So this is the issue. For example, let's say what if, because this is actually an interesting conversation. What if a government accuses you of, let's say, stealing or killing someone, yet it's it's really a political thing? Because obviously the governments are not stupid to wait. We're putting you in prison because you're part of this politics. They're not that stupid, right? So they're always going to create like a false accusation of something that actually isn't against Interpol's jurisdictions. Right. So why don't they at least specify those terms so it can be a bit more clean? Because clearly, when they put you in prison and police, and I want to say, oh, it's because you're in the wrong political party and affiliation. So why don't they just make it easy and add that governments can actually accuse you of things which are outside of the Interpol's, or rather within Interpol's jurisdiction?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is interesting about Interpol. Mr. IC3. So what's your opinion on this?
Yeah, what did your teacher tell you? Your English teacher.
Thank you, but I think the low IQ people are confused. Like Muhyiddin. Kaiser, stop talking shit. Muhyiddin, just don't worry. Some conversations you won't understand. It's okay. IC3, are you there?
I think he got a call or something.
I think the police came. He's on parole, right? So from the mental health institution, so he's got to go to the white man every so often.
So he wasn't trolling about that. It's actually true.
Hmm?
He wasn't trolling about that.
No, you're serious. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know how he comes across these documents. He must be really, really obsessed with this stuff.
Yeah. It's
But yeah, what was the
interesting.
original topic?
Yeah, original topic was Mado Lives Matter. Obviously, is it white supremacy that's making Ethiopian Jews have higher than average numbers of prison population? I guess the IDF and the youth. I don't know about general. There's no data on that. Or is it and the shootings and the beating up of a so-called soldier by the police and things like that? Is that racialized? Okay, first of all, is it racial because he's black, or is it racialized because they're closer to Palestinians because they're a bit darker skinned? Which is also like, is it white supremacy, or is it just poverty? What's the real reasons why darker skinned, curly haired people are always getting booty clapped by other races? Because it's true in every country. I don't think there's any country where blacks don't have a overrepresentation of prison population. Germany, France, UK, America, I guess Israel. In Africa, maybe that's the only place, but then that's just because of lack of a functioning
black.
system.
And then
Yeah.
also everyone's black. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
So
Well, in terms of crime rates, I mean,
I actually do think the Ethiopians are committing more crime because they're going to have less education, more people in poverty. So, because I looked at poverty, I think 35% of people in poverty are Ethiopian. Again, that's just one data source I saw, but that's a huge data source. So obviously, poverty has a huge thing, especially poverty when everybody else is richer than you, like comparative poverty rather than true poverty. True. If everyone's poor, no one cares. But if some people are richer than you, then obviously you're going to commit crimes against them, and then what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what I was asking earlier was it wasn't per capita data. It was I wanted to know what percentage of what percentage of the Ethiopian population actually commits crimes? Because I think that's potentially more interesting, right?
Okay.
Because, for instance, when you were talking about the teenage detention rates, you said something of what was it, 40% of the teen detention detainees are Ethiopians, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that only really represents 65 people. So I don't see how that's really relevant to the average Ethiopian.
Oh yeah. So I guess what that goes to show is there's not that many juvenile people in detention, which is crazy. So Israel only has 20,000. Okay, different sources say different numbers, but from American sources, they're saying Israel has 20,000 people in prison out of 6 million. That's quite low, actually, in general, right?
So maybe what this shows is not necessarily that Ethiopians commit a lot of crimes, just that Israelis don't commit crimes. And then relative to that, there's obviously a disproportionate.
Yeah, because that's it's a really small population.
So do those figures prove that it's white supremacy or racism, or is it that the Ethiopians are criminally minded?
We're not too sure yet.
I'm saying there's like maybe a third option, right? Maybe it's just the Israelis don't commit a lot of crimes, and then relative to that, Ethiopians commit more crimes. If that makes sense.
Right.
So we don't have to say that Ethiopians are criminally minded. We just have to say that the Israelis commit less crimes relative to other people.
Right. And how about race?
We're not talking about the US, right? When the US has the largest prison population in the world. So that's
people claim they have like 25% of the prison population in the whole world. People claim that.
So how about the race issue? Can it be proven that it's racist, or is it just crime?
No, I think in any society that has multiple different ethnic groups, you're going to see differences, right? We're not identical, so it's normal that you're going to see statistical differences.
So, is there racism in the Israeli police force, or is it questionable?
Probably, yeah. There probably is some racism. There's racism in any institution. Some racism, of course. Yeah. I mean, it's just human nature.
Against black people, do the stats show that the police are anti-black?
We're not sure.
Is there any evidence? Oh, you talk about something else now.
No, we were talking about we need more data, right? You probably need more data, and that data has to be analyzed. I don't know. But just on the basis that Ethiopians are arrested more, I don't think that means the police or the justice system is necessarily racist.
Right. See? Difficult to prove, you see?
Yeah, because you can't prove it completely. Because in general, like for example, let's say Israeli culture, Israelis don't commit crime in general comparative to the world population from the Daya. So then if the Israelis, Ethiopians are committing crime, first of all, there's cultural integration differences. Like different cultures deem different things crimes from other cultures. For example, if you come to Africa, they think that rape is the worst thing. They'll give you life in prison for rape. Like if there's evidence, as in proper evidence that you rape someone, you're going to get life imprisonment in most African countries. As in life. Not like some dusty 20 years.
Okay.
In Europe, you can get 3 years to 5 years for rape. With evidence. You see my point? So different cultures deem different things at different levels. So, however, an African police is not going to put you in prison because you violate traffic laws. In fact, they'll just take a $2 whatever corruption and let you go. In fact, I've been in a situation where they didn't take anything, right? So different cultures deem different things criminal, and I think that has to obviously be taken into account. And I think, because if you look at it, let's say violent crime versus non-violent crimes, you can't do like a full sort of blanket state analysis on that kind of stuff. I think we can all agree things like murder, robbery with violence, those things are obviously wrong across any society, but the other stuff is very difficult to know. So what are they being put in prison for? Is it violence? Is it, you know what I mean? So we don't have enough data.
Right. So sorry, I had to answer phone call. So did you finish with the? No,
was that your problem?
Did you find it interesting? The
it was really interesting.
Document.
Okay, Kaiser, highlight after the news comment. I think she has a question for IC3.
Black cops just murdered black man. What do you say about it? Oh yeah, so why did the black cops murder? Wasn't that black parole officers? So what's going on there, Mr. IC3?
Oh yes. that's quite easy to answer and to understand. So basically, if you understand the prison analogy, the prison analogy. So what happens is we're on a planet, and then the world is a construct on a planet. The world is a construct. The world is the different institutions that work together. So from the black person's perspective, the world is the construct of the world is a prison. You know what the terms like the prison planet, it's a prison from a black person's perspective. But from a white person's perspective, the world is unbiased. It's flat, as it were. It's even, yes. But only black people may perceive that they're being unjustly treated, whilst other people who are non-black will say, look, and even some black people say, no, it's even playing field. If you work hard, you can achieve things, and you can get justice as well. So justice has no bias. Justice is not racist. Justice, the world judicial system and policing is not biased. It's not racist. Yeah, but from a black person's perspective, they may see policing as a whole as racist. So there's two contrasts there. Now, the prison, from a prison perspective, if you see the world as a prison, then the white supremacists would be the prison management, yes, and then white people would be the prison guards. So you get good white people that would try to make life easy for the prisoners, and you get bad white people who try and pass the time by abusing the prisoners, which would be the black people. Now, the situation where you got 5 police officers who killed a fellow prisoner, a fellow victim. So those police officers, even though they are police officers, they're not the same as white police officers, even though they may have the same badge. In the prison system of white supremacy, black people or prisoners can be selected and given management positions, but it does not change their status from being a victim. So just like on the slave plantation, you used to hear that the slave masters used to get one slave to beat and whip another slave. Yes? Or you get another slave to kill other slaves, because the slave master has that power. He's in that position of power. So we can get black people to kill other black people. Yes, so the black people that are killing the other black people, it doesn't mean that they're free, does it? So black police officers can be instructed to do certain things, or else. So it's still the system of white supremacy.
That it's natural to suspect black people.
I just want to ask you though, are you in dialogue with the police? The police say there are incidents, we deal with those incidents, but it is not a pattern.
The problem is that we are in dialogue with the police, but the police want to sugarcoat it, okay? We have very certain demands. We want someone.
Video from a security camera in Holon, a suburb of Tel Aviv, has swept Israel and sparked waves of angry protests against police. At the center of the video is Corporal Demas Fkadeh, the 21-year-old Ethiopian soldier you see in uniform. He says he was trying to reach his house just a block away when police stopped him from crossing the street. There's no sound on the tape, so it's not clear what either party said, but Fkadeh says he was asking for permission to cross when the police officer grabbed his bike. Fkadeh says he urged him not to use force, but by then, another officer joined. You can see Fkadeh pushed to the ground and held down.
He's probably making his ugali soup. But look, Kaizo, I wanted you to pause this. And again, I wanted to ask IC3 a question, because it always comes down to this narrative. Anybody that asks IC3 the question of, again, or a question to a problem that, that's unsolved, he always comes back to the same conclusion. Black people aren't free. You need to stop with this ideology, man. You have chains on your hands. I've psychoanalyzed you, and your approach to things are shocking. They're shocking. That's all I have to say. You always come back to this ideology: black people aren't free, so they're being pitted against one. I mean, like, please.
Are they free? Are you free? I think you said yes, you were free, didn't you? You said that you're living somewhere in Somalia,
I'm
and that
free,
part of Somaliland.
I'm not from Somalia. I'm not from Somalia. But again, I'm free.
The other day that you're free. Yes or no?
That was Lima.
Again, I don't know. I don't remember you speaking to me about me being free.
No, he's talking about Lima.
No.
All right. Okay. So the
Lima,
question to you. The question to you. Are you free?
I would hope to think so.
You hope so, and you'd like to think so, correct?
I mean, I do possess the innate ability to, critically think for myself, and I possess something that every human does have, which is free will. I do anything that I want on my own accord.
You do anything that you want on your own accord. That's quite a statement. You can do anything you want on your own accord.
Pretty much.
Pretty much. See that word there? Pretty much. Pretty much. What? Explain to me. Expound on that. Pretty much for me.
Pretty much.
Why do you say pretty much?
Pretty much meaning I could do what I want. I mean, there's no easy way of simplifying it from the words that I've just said. I mean, you make of it what you want.
You can do what you want without having to report directly or indirectly to white people, correct? Is that your opinion?
Why make white people as the hierarchy of superiority? Why starting off with that?
I'm stating that white supremacy impacts you directly and indirectly, and you can't do anything without.
No, it doesn't.
White.
But then to kill your whole argument, I chose.
Yeah, I know you disagree with me.
No.
I'm just
but again,
stating my
you're not counting free will. I chose to live among white people.
Wait a minute.
I choose to live among the system of society.
Hold it. Let's set up the situation, and then we'll see. We obviously disagree.
No,
so
but your situation,
your position, and my
people
position.
as. No, but again.
Wait, before we go there, slow down, relax.
No, let's speed it up.
Clarify your position and my position. I want to make sure I understand your position, and I want to make sure that you understand my position.
Go ahead, I can spare 5 minutes
before we
to play your game.
discuss.
I understand your position, yeah. Your position is that we're prisoners.
Pretty much. There's no other clarification.
I want to explore this pretty much. Pretty much. I want to explore this pretty much.
But you have to tell us how to falsify your belief system. It has to be falsifiable, otherwise it's meaningless. You have to tell us how to falsify your belief system. Like, what piece of evidence would disprove your theory that we're prisoners? There has to be something, right?
Well, it's the same discussion. The video. Hold it. The video that Kaiser just played showed a black woman, Ethiopian black woman, on a TV show, trying to explain that the black people are being targeted in a racist way. And she's having difficulty. It's the same kind of questioning. She's having difficulty trying to make the radio presenters understand that the Ethiopian black people are suffering racism in Israel. And they keep asking her questions like saying, maybe you're misunderstanding. Maybe you're misunderstanding and you're getting it wrong. You Ethiopians over there, you're not getting it. You're deluded.
What's the point you're trying to make, IC3, with that statement you're trying to say? What is the point? Get to the point.
Yeah. The point is, this conversation here is the exact same conversation that Ethiopian woman was having on TV.
Bro, that's not the question.
It's the exact same situation.
But we don't disagree
So
that it's possible that Ethiopians are victims of racism, right?
It's possible.
That's not something that we're disputing. I guess what I'm asking you is, how do we falsify your theory?
Would you need
claim that we are prisoners?
Exactly. What evidence do you need us to show you? Real life world examples for your theory to not be, for you to let go of your theory, pretty much. Answer the question, bro. Stop babbling.
What would I need from you to convince me that white supremacy doesn't exist? Is that the question?
We're not prisoners.
Yes. No white supremacy, but on the other hand, again, you have this thing where you try to put white supremacy in any connotation that doesn't matter or doesn't revolve around white supremacy.
Yeah, you
So
seem
again,
to
IC3,
think
get this
of
connotation out of
Okay,
your head.
okay. Here it is. You show me where in this world things can be done without the approval of white people.
China.
Yeah, that's very vague. What do you mean by it?
No. Thank you, but let's just answer China.
I can
Where
go
is
buy
China?
things. Yeah, I can go
Let's
buy
explore
things.
China.
What was that?
So you think China is free from white supremacy? Is that the issue? Is that the
I
statement?
mean, again,
Chinese
when the
people, I don't think
propaganda
Chinese people
machine,
see themselves as prisoners. Yeah, I would say Chinese people don't see themselves as prisoners.
they don't have chains on their
That's not the
hands.
question.
China,
Wait, more.
China
So, wait.
is in the same prison of white supremacy. Chinese people are not classified as
Again,
white.
you're doing the same thing again. You're presupposing white supremacy. Like your starting point is already
Wait,
white supremacy.
thank you, bud. Just chill.
That was not your question, IC3.
Wait.
Yeah, go on,
More. Hold up. IC3, put that dumbass poster away, man. China as a whole right now is pretty much a peer competitor to what you would call the white supremacist states or the West. So technically, they are free from it. You can't compete with someone while you're a prisoner, and the other person isn't taking you seriously as a competitor if you're a prisoner. So that pretty much disproves your theory that China is a prisoner like you. No, I do agree with you. Most global South countries or most non-Western countries they can't do shit without approval from the West. Or they'll end up like, let's say, Cuba or Eritrea, pretty much sanctioned into oblivion, or Zimbabwe. But China is not one of those. And you can't say, if it was up to the West, would China be detaining the Uyghurs and putting 1 million of them in prison, or however amount they're putting in prison? No, but they don't give a shit. Because China can do whatever they want in their territory.
So you think China is free from the dictates of the West?
So IC3, in your own words, being free would have to mean not answering to the West, right? In the simplicity
what does
of
free mean? Because you said not answering to the West. I just showed you that China doesn't answer to the West. So
Avi, in his own words, he said free suggests or means you don't answer to the white supremacist states, such as the West, right? China doesn't revolve around that, nor does it answer to the West. So in your
How do you know
context,
that?
China, because it's challenging the Western world in every aspect of competition.
Challenging
There
doesn't
is
mean that you're not.
no. Challenging means that again,
people
there's a
fight.
global.
People
Listen,
fight the prison guards all the
IC3.
time.
If you understand economics, there's a global shift that's happening right now. China's its economy is overtaking the Americans. Its military is catching up with the Western world in every aspect of competition. Wait, 2 seconds. IC3. My whole point is it's gonna again. People have deduced that it's gonna overtake. Listen, it's gonna overtake. Jeez, look. I mean, my point is it's going to overtake. Specifically, let's talk about America because America makes the decisions, right? It's gonna take over. It's gonna overtake America again. Its economy is already overtaking America, I'm sure. But my point is military-wise.
I'm sure.
It's technology. 2 seconds. It's technology. Everything else is gonna overtake America eventually. Because again, with the tide of time, changes superpowers.
Okay, you have faith that's going to.
No,
you
it's shifting right now.
But you have faith.
I mean, a prime example would be BRICS. BRICS is challenging NATO in aspects of economy and finance.
Okay. So you believe you're hoping that their challenge will be successful. You're hoping that their challenge will be successful, correct?
Bro, you can't challenge someone if you're a prisoner. Like, use your brain cells. How can a prisoner challenge the prison system, if he's still a prisoner? So for you to even challenge something, you're going to have to be outside of that system, or at least influential enough within that system to where you can't be heard.
You can challenge and then make an attempt to break free, and it can be successful or unsuccessful.
Show me how the West has control over China. Or show me how the West can hurt China without hurting themselves even more. Because they tried. Trump tried to sanction China how many times? It only ended up hurting him more. That's what every economic analysis is. It actually ended up slowing American growth more than it did Chinese growth. So I want you to show me real life world examples of how America or the West can hurt China without being even more effective?
How can I give you the short answer? Have you heard of Henry Kissinger?
Yes, everyone has.
Okay. What do you know about Henry Kissinger?
He's American policy, international policymaker. He's been influential pretty much since the Nixon days. He's retired.
Ah, beautiful, beautiful, good. Oh, right, you're on it. You're on it. Very good, very good. Well, Henry Kissinger, he's related. When I say related, he's connected with a lot of very powerful people, with a lot of very powerful names that you may not have heard of and don't know about, and very powerful institutions and organizations that are global in their outlook. And I'll just give you the short story, then you can do research into it by yourself. But basically, the whole idea of moving production from America to China, yes. Remember, all the manufacturing was taking place in America, and then it moves across to China, and all China's economy went up and so on. That is an international move, and that deal was set up by Henry Kissinger and a lot of other very, very important and powerful people connected with the World Economic Forum and so on and so on. So those people, Henry Kissinger is in the group of people that are above nation states. So they're the people that decided to move manufacturing from America to China. So if they can set up China, those people, would you call them American? But whoever they are, that's the kind of things that they do. And those people set up China. They put China where it is
well, Kissinger
now.
was part of the American government, right? He was
Pardon?
he was a former Secretary of State. Henry Kissinger was part of the American government.
Yeah, he's trying to say he's part of the deep state, which is true. I mean,
You got it.
true. He's a Yahoo boy, so yeah.
Yeah, what is this
you're
to
on
do
it.
with-
You see, look, you people
No, I
know.
understand.
You guys know. You know more than you're letting on, and you're trying to give me all these hard
Precisely,
questions. But
this
you
is
know
a
what's
channel
going
of-
on.
oh, hang on. This is a channel of trolls, not low IQ people. We're not like those Pan-African spaces. These are high IQ trolls.
High IQ trolls, man. Because they know what's going on. Because I thought, oh, let me mention Henry, because they're not going to know anything about. Let me see. But you know, if you know that kind of information, you must know that deep state, the deep state is white supremacist. They're the high priests of it.
So now we're going to use figments of our imaginations to try
Exactly.
to justify.
That's why I didn't want to go there. That's why I don't like to go to that altitude, because when you get to that altitude, the air is thin.
I see. How would but
Conversation
I get
is
what you
difficult.
mean
It goes into
I see.
conspiracy
Hold
theory.
up, hold up. So yes, it was pretty much an American, let's say, Yahoo boy interest to move production from America to China. Okay, but how is that a white supremacist move? Because what that did is it hurt the what do they call them? The people that live in the middle states in America, in the Rust Belt. It probably hurt them. So why would they hurt their own people if their whole goal was white supremacy?
Okay, hurt their
And if you're
own
saying that
people. Why would
the-
they hurt their own people? That's the
The
question.
global economy, and if you're saying the global world power is being run by Yahoo boys, which I agree. I mean, they don't consider themselves white; they consider themselves Yahoo. So they will not stop from hurting white people if it gets them whatever they want either.
Yeah, but it's you kind of got it, but it really got to go into this whiteness, what it is.
So
You see,
the real question is, why don't you just say Yahoo boy supremacy?
No. It's not simple as that. It's not simple as that. Because whiteness is a double strong thing. It's skin color, but it's also status. See, it's so some people, they see whiteness as a status.
So who's higher status, the Yahoo boy or the white man?
I'm actually interested in hearing this answer.
The white Yahoo. Look, you were just showing the video there that you know that there's black.
Answer the
people
question,
in
IC3.
Israel.
Don't dance around.
Yeah, but
so who's higher, the white Yahoo boy or the real white man who's not a Yahoo boy? We know that the black Yahoo boy is useless. The Ethiopians are being massacred. But what about the white Yahoo boy?
Oh yeah,
versus
they're the ones. That's right, the whites. Yeah.
So the whites are, in your opinion, superior to the Yahoo or the small hats. You know, again, no, I'm gonna rephrase this question. Which one, again, as you said in your own word, the deep state, right? We're gonna use figments of our imaginations, right?
Yeah.
So again, in your own opinion, let's play this game. Who's more, again, in terms of like control, as you said, or in terms of supremacy, who holds the bigger cards, the small hats or the whites?
They play the darkies like pig in the middle. So whilst they're fighting with each other,
don't give me a narrative or rhetoric on what you believe. You know, they're doing. I want to know. Listen to me. IC3,
team.
IC3. Listen. IC3. There's no such thing as a partnership in the high. if again, there's always going to be one person controlling this situation.
Yeah, Mold right. There's no such thing as an equal partnership.
Yeah.
One person
So again,
will be more dominant than the other.
Yeah.
So who's the more
So
dominant?
again, in your opinion,
all the time. They're
no.
shuffling
IC3.
amongst
I'm
themselves.
talking about if you're gonna use that, then let's talk about now. Who holds the cards?
Oh, I think the people that hold the cards now are the so-called white Jews. Yeah.
No. I mean,
Okay,
so the small
IC3,
hats
let's
hold
get
more
back to
cards than.
More China.
No. Abi, go ahead. So in general, the small hats hold more power than the whites or the European Anglo-Saxon man.
They're all white. It's all white supremacy because white.
No, okay, listen. I'm talking as a
whiteness,
reference
the
point.
status.
Listen to me. You're not gonna have a Jew saying to himself that I'm a white man. Of course, we know he's white and his origins are of a European descent. But my point is, if we're gonna use today's context, then he's considered himself as a Jew. So again, who holds more power, the Jew or the European Anglo-Saxon man?
It appears to be. Yeah, I can't say. I can tell you what I feel, but I don't know. I don't.
You're fighting with the
actually
white
say.
supremacists. You see, when you go to white supremacist clubs, you tell them that the Jew is their master, and we've got to fight together as brothers, the blacks and the whites. And then when you come to us blacks, you tell us you don't know. So you're playing all sides. He's
You
playing.
see, my
the
point,
four
Dr. Kaiser.
Jays.
Again, I want to say he's a low IQ individual, but he's a very
that's actually
devious
smart. He's
man.
causing infighting, bro.
Yeah, and Abi, he's very notorious in Hyde Park. Let me just say that he's very devious.
No, but yeah, can I ask him a question? IC3, hold up. No, wait, IC3, hold up. So you make the whole point about Henry Kissinger in the 60s all the way to the 80s, moving production to China and so on. Let me ask you this: was it in his plan that China was going to start using the newfound capital that they gained from having manufacturing in their country to challenge America's dominance, global
Of course
dominance?
they knew that's going to happen. Of course they knew this, but they already planned for that.
Let me finish, bro.
Yes, go on.
I see. Oh, so they knew that China was going to start BRICS, that China was going to create their own organizations to try and challenge American
That's
capital across the globe.
Yes.
They already knew that.
Yeah.
You're saying, show me the proof.
Yes.
Or did they just think that China was going
Do you
to
think
remain their
they
low
invite
class?
me to sit on their board
Wait.
tables?
So, bro, didn't you think they just thought China was going to be what India was, pretty much a low class manufacturing hub for cheap material, so that they can pretty much use to gain super profits for their corporations back home in the US. The thing is, China did something that they didn't expect. They used the intellectual property. You could say they even stole it, and then they started creating their own corporation. So while they were making iPhones, they started Huawei and all these other phones that they could sell for themselves in the global south, and that pretty much kicked a lot of. Even Samsung is not being that used that much in most African countries now. It's like how Huawei and all these other Chinese iPhones. So they thought of that. They were like, yeah, you know what? it's okay that in all these other global South countries, we're no longer competitive enough to sell our electronics. It's okay that China's going to take our market from us. They already knew that was going to happen in the 60s all the way to the 80s.
You're raising a good point there. So I listen to certain information sources, and this is the game addressing you made a very good point, addressing the very point that you made. And the information sources that I've listened to, I was told that basically the deep state planted people in it's called industrial espionage. They stole the technology from America because they're working within, and then shipped it. So they're stealing the technology or the codes and so on, and gave it to the Chinese in order so that China can build their economy. That's how the shift took place. Because what they do, they trade information. They trade secrets, industrial secrets. So by doing that, they're kind of controlling the movement. So you may have inventions and skills to create certain things, and you try to keep them secret within your company or within your department. Yes, but what they do, they have spies who then get that information and then they sell it on or move it across to whoever they want to. So there's a big battle now about there's ongoing battles about what's the terminology they use.
You're still not answering the question I just asked you though. Yes, we know what they did. I'm asking you, was that in the plan of your white supremacist overlord?
Yes, because they have spies in the position. Yes, because they have people already in position to take the technology from the West to move it to the East. They have the spies to get the information out. So obviously they place spies as plants. They plant people and educate people and put them in position so that when the information comes, they can get it out. That's standard industrial espionage. These people,
who's doing
they're playing chess.
Bro, hold up, man.
It's obvious.
IC3, hold up. IC3, stop babbling. Hold up. Who's doing the industrial espionage? It's China. I'm asking you, Kissinger, did he think, Kissinger and his overlord, did they think China was going to steal their technology and start
how many times
taking away their
yes,
market
it's
share?
obvious, because they're the ones that provided the information in the first place. Yes, I keep telling you.
Bro, if you have a manufacturing base in any location, you're providing the information.
Way ahead.
So, okay, so what's the point of them? Why would they want China to beat them in their own? So me, as a person who owns a corporation, why would I say yes to Kissinger take my factory to China if I knew that eventually it was going to decrease my market share?
Yeah, these people who are doing those maneuvers, they're not thinking in a national. They don't have national values.
Bro, I'm not saying they're thinking in a national sense. I'm saying they're not even thinking on a corporate sense. If you are a corporation, who, let's say your Apple, why would you take your iPhones and manufacture in China for some grand plan if you know they're going to start using your own technology to create cheaper phones and decrease your own profits in the future? You realize that most of the global South, Apple pretty much doesn't have any existence because they pretty much kicked out of those markets. They can't compete on a price point level. And even in most starting more developed countries now, the Huawei and all these other phones are becoming advanced enough, especially in their camera technology and so on, to where they're even challenging in developed countries the iPhone market. So why would I, if I'm the CEO of Apple, why would I take my corporation, listen to Kissinger, and take my corporation to China if it's going to make me poorer 20 years down the line?
Yeah, who cares what you think? Because these people are above you. So if you don't like it, well, that's it. Tough.
Keizo, can you please explain this to him?
Who cares?
I'm talking about the perspective from
that. So China, they own directly or indirectly everything that's taking place in China. They set it up. So these people are international. They own China. The concept of China.
Wait.
They built it.
IC3, there is too many things that you are saying that is not making sense.
Okay,
Again,
What are you talking about? The concept of China was built during the modern day concept of China was built during the Cultural Revolution, during Mao Zedong's era. What white person was involved in that? What are you talking
about? You see, so then we'd have to go into Mao Zedong. Who set him up? How did he get in position? Was anybody financing?
He's going to do
all the way into
by
that.
the Rothschild.
Who is he? Who is he? Who is Mao? Who was before him? How did he get into position? Did he get any financing? Who by?
You see,
How did he
Kaizo,
get into his position?
I mean, Abi, this is the reason why you don't go into a logical debate with someone like IC3. He's going to bring conspiracy into it. And again, when you ask him to specify these conspiracies with an actual factual sheet of evidence and information, he's not going to do that because, again, he likes to dodge the question.
I'm going to put a link. I'm going to put a link. I'm going to give you a link to
again,
information.
IC3 is the type of person, when you ask him a direct question,
I'm going to give you the
link
link to get
Mao Zedong
the information. Watch this.
Bro, IC3, you're not saying anything revolutionary. I know what you're going to say. You're going to say Mao Zedong during his early years was educated by some white guy who was funded by the Rothschild, because at some school that was set up by some white guy which was then funded by the Rothschild. Yeah, so what?
Yeah, so
that doesn't prove.
I think he's going to argue like many white nationalists make the argument. He was trained by Westerners, right? There's connections between Mao and Harvard University. This is the kind of claim that they make.
Yep.
He studied in the US.
But you don't have to be retarded enough to.
There you go. Yeah, you know all these things. So why are you grilling me when you know these stuff?
Hold up, bro. Let's not be retarded.
Already.
No, hold up. Oh, IC3, can you not be dumb? So pretty much everyone on this panel here is pretty much a secret agent for white supremacists, because we've all been educated by a school that has been either funded by white people or started by white people. I go to a university in SA that was started by a white man, by Cecil Rhodes especially. In fact, Keizo was educated in Britain. Tanky Bot is educated in Britain. So is Mo. So by your logic, then we're all pretty much agents. We just don't know.
No, you're all victims. You're fellow prisoners with me. Your fellow prisoners.
I'm trying to prove to you that Mao Zedong being educated by. I'm trying to prove to you that Mao Zedong having connections to Harvard doesn't mean anything if he turned around and did the opposite of what they wanted and ended up being their adversary for pretty much his whole life moving forward.
Yeah, if he turned around. Yeah.
You see, Ali, this is the reason why I came on the panel. Because again, he always comes down to that same rhetoric that we're all slaves. We are all under this ideal supremacy that he thinks is the white man. So this is the reason why I came down to it. This is the reason why I came on the panel.
There's no Mo, technically as an African you are. Like none of your countries.
No, I mean like
no
African talk about like something as like such basic things like free will. He's saying that our free will is conscript into obeying this ideology that is the white supremacy. I mean, come on, man. He's saying we don't have basic stuff or basic concepts such as free will, the ability to, for one to function on his own free accord. He's saying stuff of that sort. I understand, the continent and countries and stuff. That's a whole different side of it. But I'm talking something as basic as you, something as basic as your own ability to make your own judgments, to do your own, your own thing on your own accord. He's saying that we don't have that ability. So that's the reason why I came on here to call out his BS. Because again, if I want to go drink water right now, I can. And you know why? Because I have the free ability and the free accord to do so. That's the point I'm trying to make to you, IC3.
So do you think that those so-called rights cannot be removed from you?
Every right can be removed from you, even as a white person. The rights don't even exist. What is the right?
Yeah, focus on the chart, guys. I want to see what IC3 thinks about the chart. If this is what he thinks whiteness is.
So let's read.
No, it says in the United States.
This was published by an African American museum.
Let's analyze this. National African American Museum apologizes for whiteness chart. Let's read. Following an outcry from conservatives, the National Museum of African American History and Culture has removed a graphic from its website attempted to explain how deeply embedded white dominant culture and values are in African American culture. Aspects of assumptions of whiteness and whiteness culture in the United States. White dominant culture or whiteness refers to the ways white people and their traditions, attitudes, and ways of lives have been normalized over time and are now considered standard practices in the American United States. And since white people still hold most of the institutional power in America, we have all internalized some aspects of white culture, including people of color. Wait, I thought normal.
Sorry, Kaizo, what BLM made this?
Rugged individualism. The individual is the primary unit, self-reliance, independence, and autonomy highly valued and rewarded. Individuals assume to be control of their own environment. You get what you deserve. Interesting. The nuclear family, father, mother. Okay, nuclear family. Emphasis on scientific method. Wait, are they trying to say that blacks are stupid, that they don't have these values? What the hell is this? History. What the fuck? Protestant, what? They're trying to say that the normalized white culture is white culture. This is insane. So they removed this. Yeah,
look at the last
that's a good thing.
Orientation and time.
Now the time one,
this is
I agree with that.
Guys.
Now the time one, I do agree with the time thing, right? I do think blacks are a little bit dusty on time, but the rest of it, this is just normal human nature.
But you see how they conscribed it to just the black folk, Kaizo. I mean, this is something IC3 will probably agree with.
IC3 if he agrees with this.
So IC3, let me ask you a question. Do you agree with this chart? Do you think that this chart is accurate?
You feel like rationality, scientific method, planning for the future, two-parent families, that these are all aspects of white culture?
Yeah, it's whiteness from the Western brand. The Western brand.
Wait, but IC3, let's go to
not the global. Not the
Do you
global,
think that the scientific method is actually aspect of white culture? So being objective, rational thinker, cause and effect relationships, quantitative. So when you emphasize using logic, reason, and intuition, is that white culture?
They're pretty much saying African American culture is brain dead.
They're saying that the peak of every old
they're saying to be truly black, you have to be brain dead, bro.
Exactly. It's like they got all the cards with this. This document says all the white people, which is white supremacy. They got all the cards. The black people got no head.
Wait, but the people
no mind.
I see. The people that complain about this chart.
Oh shit, Caesar's agreeing with that chart. Wait, Caesar, come up and tell us why you agree with that chart, man. This is insane.
Hey, Kaizo, I want to ask you a question, specifically you.
Hey, Kaizo,
the reason is, again, I want to ask you: would you consider yourself as a black man if somebody asked you?
No, I'm a Kaizorian, but I have reasons why I won't consider myself black, right? Because of you guys are low IQ and dusty, but I don't want to be part of it.
Yeah, Kaizo, just say black is the bottom of the barrel. Why would you associate with being at the bottom?
Exactly. I don't even associate with that, man.
You know?
Okay.
No, but
makes
Kaizo,
sense.
You know what they're going to say? Kaizo, you know what Caesar's going to say? He's going to tell you the black way is to shake some bones, throw it on the ground before you make a decision.
No, Caesar, you got to make an excuse. What I'm seeing here in this chart is mostly at the peak of functioning in a society as an individual and also as
black
yeah. So basically saying
if you liberalism.
Yeah, if you look at the peak, it's like, for example, if you've got a two-parent household, hey, you're literally 60% more likely to succeed than a dusty single-parent household.
Hey, but so that's white culture, bro. Back in the day, in Africa, kids didn't know who their father was, innit? They didn't know shit, bro. Before whites came around, blacks didn't know what father was.
Oh, this is insane. You know what? African culture actually.
The interesting thing is that.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
And it was white conservatives that complained about this. That's the interesting part.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
So black Americans white conservatives were saying.
I was actually gonna say what Tanky Bado was gonna say. I was gonna say I don't know why white conservatives are offended by this. If I was a white conservative, bro, this is like the greatest hit piece, bro. Like you can just look at it and say, well, reason is for white people, black people just throw bones, bro. dried out bones.
Yeah.
Let's
Right.
think about
See,
this.
but you
What
see,
is the
that
difference between
document.
this? No, actually, hold up. What's the difference between that and something you'll find post you'll find on 4chan?
Yeah.
That's right.
This looks like something a white supremacist would make. Why is it black people make it? As in, a white supremacist would say that, hey, we're better because of this. But it turns out that black man is saying, hey, these things over here is not black culture. Why is it being promoted? What the hell? This is insane. They're basically saying that we're brain dead, like our natural state, and that white supremacy is forcing us to start thinking. This is insane.
That's right. It's conditioning. It's
So
conditioning.
you don't agree with the ICB? That's
No,
white
the
culture?
document clearly says it's the American view, but white supremacy is supreme. That means it's worldwide. So the Americans are a very strong point. That document is American only. Look, read the top. What does it say at the very top?
Yeah, it's white America.
It says
White
in
American
the
culture.
United States. Well, white supremacy is
Yes,
it's
I'm saying
global.
you agree with it though.
So let me ask you a
But
question.
you agree with
IC3.
that though. I'm asking you
Specific
to
things, for example. IC3, let me ask you a question.
I
Family
agree that it's
structure.
propaganda.
Yeah,
That's
okay, let me
all.
ask you a question. The family structure, the nuclear family, father, mother, and 2 children is an ideal social unit. Do you agree with that? Or do you think that you can have a single mother and that's perfectly fine for a culture? Well, what do you think is better for culture? Having 2 parents and 2 children, or hey, having
Keizo,
one
the 2
parent?
children doesn't matter, bro.
Yeah, that's not irrelevant. Yeah, but the point is,
That's
do you think
irrelevant.
having 2 parents and children in a family, or having 1 parent and children in a family? Simple question, IC3. Which one do you think impacts society better? 2 parents or 1 parent?
Depends, because depends on how you want to construct your society. No, because
How does it
watch this carefully. Watch this carefully. You see, a lot of us were in the mind of universal morality. You see, and so you basically
No, we're not
say,
talking
look,
about
well,
morality,
this
we're
is
talking
right,
about
this is wrong.
functioning of
The
society.
Ethiopian should be doing this. The Americans should be doing this. The European. No, there's no universal morality. That mindset is poisonous.
We're
No,
not
we're
talking
not
about
talking about
morality.
Universal
We're
morality.
Wait,
No.
hold
Hang on,
on.
hang on. Talk
We're
about
not talking
functioning
about
of
morality.
society.
We're talking about functionality. What is more functional for society?
Okay,
For a child to be raised by
So
a single parent or by 2 parents?
Functionality is still a matter of
objective,
cultural
rational,
perspective.
linear thinking.
Oh my God! What the
Okay,
fuck
so
is wrong
Talking
with
about
what about
crime
objective
rate.
thinking?
Okay, let's define it. Let's define it. Crime rate, for example, that's one example. Poverty rate, right? And also integration to common beliefs and societal structures that lead to less
emotional
violence.
stability?
Rape,
Keizo, you don't even need to
exactly,
go that far. Emotional stability. Look at
Emotional
the suicide
stability,
rate in your country
crime.
between single parent kids and 2 parent kids, or people who grew up in a single household and people who grew up in a nuclear household. Which one is
Let
this?
me ask you a question. IC3, were you raised by a single Caribbean mother?
No.
2 parents?
Yeah.
Okay. So why do you advocate for a 1-parent house?
I'm not advocating for anything. I'm just saying, listen to the position. I'm against the concept of universal morality. Let the people construct their society and construct their culture and construct their traditions.
But then that means we can't complain when these other dusty constructions don't function. And then here's the thing, Mr. IC3. What we're seeing is that when these people construct things in their own way and they fail, you call it white supremacy, as opposed to just, hey, this is a open free market network and these people are just dusty.
Hold up. Keizo, can I ask him a question? Can you show me any black society throughout history where the man was not the head of the household? Or where show me one. Any black society that you know.
I don't know. I can't make any statements there.
So why would you say a single mother?
The only one is the slaves in America and the Caribbean because of white supremacy. But in Africa, we've always had males leadership.
Yeah, so this conversation, now we're talking about what is the best way to construct society. Yeah, that's another conversation. So the best way to construct society would be to free the people to allow them to construct their society. To free Africans, to free the tribes, to free the clans, to free from the system of white supremacy, so that they can discover their identity and construct a worldview for themselves, and then negotiate and sign treaties with other entities, with other tribes, with other states, with other nations. So you create.
Do you live in the real world, or do you live in a fantasy world? When has anyone ever relinquished power like that? When have any tribe ever been just freed to do whatever they want? Big Bang thinks little bang, and you have to deal with it. You have to do whatever it takes to be the stronger power, so you can dominate the others.
Exactly. So
when
therefore
has world history ever worked?
Yeah, but how world history works is that you form alliances to escape what is perceived as a common oppressor. So a number of clans will get together to solve a problem. So it's called coalitions, coalition of individuals, coalition of tribes, coalition of nations to solve a particular problem. And then after that problem is solved,
that means you believe in universal human nature.
Pardon?
You do believe in universal human nature then, right? Because you're saying people in these conditions all behave in the same way. They all come together. So there's something universal that people do. Yeah.
Well, there's people
when
and there's
faced with
human
an
beings.
oppressor, everyone universally reacts in a similar way.
Yeah, but not
They form
everybody
alliances.
not everybody may agree that oppressor exists, or not everybody may disagree with the oppressor. They might find a benefit by supporting the oppressor. Therefore,
Yeah, of
they
course.
form alliances
Like if they're
to
oppressed,
maintain
they
the
form
status.
alliances. Yeah, but as
Pardon?
you said, if they feel oppressed or whatever, they form alliances with others.
Yeah, so those who feel oppressed, which I
Okay,
classify as the
IC3.
IC3, yes, we must form alliances and coalitions to deal with the problem of white supremacy. After
IC3.
the problem, after the problem of white supremacy is dealt with, then we can disband and continue shaping our world.
IC3. You're
Like there are
making.
common response
not
to
a-
the problem.
This is not a
But
cartoon show. What do
there
you
are
mean?
also universal things that people can do to improve the nations.
Exactly. Wait, can I just ask
Yes.
him a question? Wait. We can clearly see, even today, Western culture and East Asian culture are two completely different things in what they value and how their societies are structured.
Yes.
But what's the constant amongst them is that the man is still always the head of the household. The man is still relatively more superior than the woman.
Yeah,
like
I
he
would
makes
agree
the
with that.
decision, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And
Personally,
what is
I
common
would agree
amongst
with
them is that they still both societies still value a nuclear household or a
Yes.
two-parent household over a single-parent household. So clearly
Okay.
there are some universal things. Like you needing to drink water to sustain yourself is universal wherever you go. You
Yeah.
having to show respect to, let's say, your elders is universal in every culture. As if you're younger, you show respect to your elders. Certain things are universal in every culture. Other things change, but certain things are universal. We're asking you if a two-parent household for a sustainable and efficient society, a functional society, is universal. Yes or no?
I don't know. I know how I
Hey,
feel.
Caesar, come and defend your people, saying that you as a black person, it's not in your nature to be illogical.
Yeah, I wasn't defending that. I said the chart was like 75% correct. If you go through each heading and you actually read it, like it's making some valuable points. So that was my only point. Yeah.
Okay, so let's
The
read it.
whole-
Bring up one. Okay, so bring up one, and then we'll read the whole thing.
Like, yeah, not everything, but I think most of it was.
No, it's okay. We'll read one. Okay, so there.
Relax, guys. There's a little bit of latency, so let's go ahead. Yeah, because I think now, I don't need to say I like
Hazel,
Caesar.
just pick one and read it. Hazel, just pick one and read it.
Yeah.
Or Caesar, pick one and then we'll read it.
So
Okay, so
Which one
this is the easy one, right? The individual is the primary unit.
Okay,
the
that's
individual is the primary unit.
Okay,
Well,
yeah.
that's the thing. When it says primary unit, I don't think that's relevant. Go out and look at what it means. Okay, so self-reliance, okay, independence and autonomy. So that's just human nature. Highly valued, rewarded. Individuals assumed to be in control of their
No, but
environment.
Keizo, we understand what he means by that. Even when you look at Eastern culture, the individual, even on a government or societal basis, is not held
Are you
as,
sure?
like.
Yes.
Are you
Do they value individuals?
Hang on.
Let's go to China.
That collective
Keizo,
that
hold
runs
on.
China. Wait, hang on, no. We could actually be high IQ in this one. Who runs China? Is it Xi Jinping or is it some Chinese Democratic Party?
The party.
It's Xi Jinping.
It's the
It's
party.
Xi
Deep
Jinping.
state runs China. Deep state.
It's the party that runs it. I mean, I've had Chinese teachers. I've taken classes on Chinese culture. They'll literally tell you the reason why China is different is that we're a collective. Western culture is all about individualism, right? So, I mean,
Wait,
yes.
let Keizo make his point. Keizo, wait, Keizo, make your point.
Yeah. What the point I was trying to make there is this, right? This whole individualism versus collectivism thing is actually something I've talked about in one of my channels, right? So first of all, Africans present themselves as collectivistic, but they're actually very
No, we're not
individualistic.
talking about Africans, bro. We're just saying
Okay,
that
so-
there is a difference between individualism and. You made the point about China. Oh, go on.
Okay. Yeah, there's a difference between individualism and collectivism, right? China is not necessarily what you guys call collectivism. It's a mix between individualism and collectivism. Xi Jinping actually has power to do what he needs to do. For example, putting up all these COVID new laws and everyone's being locked down because that's the power that the Chinese government grants him. Yes, there is
That's not
obviously
what individualism means. That's not the definition of individualism.
Bro, China,
It doesn't mean because
they
you're.
are communist. They are communist.
No,
No,
Keizo, now you're just changing. Wait. Keizo, you're changing the definition of individualism
Yeah,
to
we're
fit
being
your
twice,
description.
right?
So pretty much, according to you, any authoritarian state with one man ruling over it is individual.
No, because obviously you got to look at the state versus the functioning of the society, and that's why let me make the full argument, right? Then you guys can come for me. In Africa, people claim that Africa is collectivism. Why? Because they sit together in a dusty little floor, eating rice together from the same pot with their hands. Okay, that's not collectivism, right? That's just Africans choosing to be more of a I like FE. Africans like to feel like they're together, right? But in reality, an African will separate himself from different different tribes within a nation state, from different tribes to different clans, and then their family. And Africans will always prioritize the unit that they feel closest related to. In most cases, that's the family unit, aka an African leader will go to power and then be corrupt and only support their own little, again, clan, then family system. So this whole collectivism in Africa is a myth. Africans are actually extremely individualistic. They're always thinking about the closest thing to themselves. Now they extend it as far back as a clan, but they never even extend it to the tribe. We've got case and example. All I'm trying to say is Africans pretend they're collectivistic, but they're actually very
Okay,
staunch.
go back to the China point.
Hey,
You've said this before about Africa. No one challenged you.
China is very.
Yeah, go back to the China point. Yeah, but Keizo said they're also individualists. So I want to see where the individualism is. If you're trying to say that, they have one man rule, so therefore they're not the individualists, bro. That's you're pretty much just changing the definition to fit your argument.
No, that's
I
also
think it's
correct.
right about Africa, but wrong about China.
Okay, yeah. So for the African,
I didn't
let's
disagree
continue
on the
Africa.
Africa
China was irrelevant. So China, my point is, Caesar is
bro, because you got caught. you got caught waffling.
you got to make an argument that it's going to support your logic, right? So, Caesar, tell me that I'm wrong about Africa being individualistic, because we are very we don't care about the collective. We don't even know what a nation state is. The furthest we can expand is clan state, and I can give you countless of examples of certain war countries for the last 30 years. So, yeah.
Yeah, bro, Africa is a continent. China is a country. Africa is a continent. You're talking about two different things, my brother.
I would say
Africa, you have more than 1,000 tribes.
Keizo, you're from Nigeria. Wait, Keizo. Yeah. Caesar's from Nigeria, right? Can you show me a more individualist country culturally than Nigeria?
Exactly. Nigeria's like the most.
How can you get Nigeria's collective?
Pause. Let me touch on that. So again, I can't speak on Africa. I can only speak on the Igbo tribe, and then only the people that I've talked to in my tribe. Right. That's my only experience. You hear certain comments being made, I guess, among Igbos that you don't hear outside. Like, for example, I remember hearing a dad tell his son, like, "Your life is not your life. like because we put so much into you.
Those are nice sayings, Caesar. Those are nice. If I go to Igbo land right now, how is it being run over there? Are people making sacrifices for the greater good of the community there?
Wait. So my point. Let me finish my point. Let me just finish my point. So my point is that comment, "Your life is not my life." You will never hear a white person say to their son, like, the whole idea of America is like, as soon as you turn 18, you move out, right? You're on your own. You do your own thing. This idea that you owe your parents something and that you owe, like,
isn't that this? Wait, hang on. You just said the idea of owing parents. Africans literally have kids so that they can pay back their pensions and shit.
It's true.
So I don't know what you're talking about there, Caesar. Go ahead.
No, but what I'm saying is, there's this sense of like we're all one unit. You're not your own person. Like, we are a unit almost. Like, we are one thing. All of us are one thing.
Okay, so Caesar, let me contend with that.
Wait, Keizo. But you don't practice it. We don't see the results of that anyway. Your country is being looted like anyone that comes to power, even in Igbo land. I'm sure they're stealing things that are supposed to be used for public utilities are being stolen. Everything is being stolen. So you can say whatever you want. You can throw a million sayings around here in Igbo or whatever language.
Igbo land's run that wrong. Igbo land is run that badly.
What I say
is Igbo is a zero corruption area now.
I'm not saying zero corruption. I'm just not as upset as other groups about my own government. I'm more.
Caesar, let me ask you a question, Caesar, because for like I said, I've developed this whole concept, right? My logic is simple. Africans are going to be as individualistic or collectivistic as they need to be. So they will extend it to the clan or family so that they can trick the family. They can get the black tax from the family members to go abroad. They will basically extend this whole individualism thing as far as it benefits them. They get into a powerful position, they steal from their family.
The perfect explanation to what you're saying is,
they keep calling out other tribes, but they will never kill the nation. Yeah. Say again?
The perfect explanation to what you're saying is, show me any African tribe where it's instilled in the person, and the person actually practices sacrifice for the greater good.
No,
show me one society, African society.
During slavery, African would rather be going to slavery rather than die.
That's what I'm trying to say. So they're not collectivist.
These niggas die for themselves.
Africans are neither individualistic or collectivistic.
Exactly, they're actually the ultimate individualists. That's what I'm trying to say. Because
they're actually neither. Well, because individualists value individual freedom, self-expression, those kind of things, right? That's not something that's
according to white man's statements, Tanky Bot. That's a white man's individualism. But African individualism. Go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
The concepts that they came up with, both individualism and collectivism, these are philosophical concepts they came up with. I'd say Africans are not really.
What is the core of individualism?
Is that you always choose the thing that benefits you the most?
What is the core of individualism?
The core is choose.
Okay.
Core of individualism is valuing individual freedom,
what is
autonomy,
the central tenet of individualism?
Me.
It's not all this.
Yeah, valuing individual freedom over
autonomy. African.
No, bro, that's not it. That's not it. Individualism is if you can make two decisions, one that will not benefit you individually, but will benefit the collective group, and you choose to make that decision. You're more of a collectivist.
I have an idea. Why don't we define things, right? Can we define stuff and then you guys can tell me where I'm wrong, right? So I'll define two things, right? Tanky Bot can define Western individualism. I'll define African individualism. Right, African individualism is that the individual soul is at the center. He will choose which alliances and allegiances to choose to go with, and he's not going to care about the greater collective goal of either nationalism. Yeah, the greater good. He's not going to care that much. He's going to go and choose affiliations that benefit him and the things that he values. AKA, I'm going to choose my clan and then my family, and I'm going to be corrupt and steal money for my clan and my family. I don't care about the tribe. Or I'm going to extend to the tribe of the tribe.
You know the perfect explanation.
I'm not going to extend to the nation state.
It depends on the tribe is homogeneous. Wait. It depends on the tribe is homogeneous or not.
Bro, you're Somali. You guys have been. You guys are homogeneous. You're fighting civil wars for.
No, you have more. You have more. You have Fulani. You have Hausa. You have Dinka. You have many homogeneous tribes.
No, let's talk about one country. Havila, within a nation state. Not the African.
Yeah, guys, I think you were describing being selfish, not individualism.
Yeah, so you're correct. But what I'm trying to say is the Africans in like conceptual individualism is different from the European one. We can't use the same definition for both.
Even the European one is just coded up in nice words, but at the end of it is selfishness, bro. What are we gonna?
Yeah, that's correct.
It's just a nice way of saying selfishness. your
I am
self-interest over the group's self-interest.
I'm an individual at a low level, right? Like at a so-called sort of individual level, but at a macro scale, obviously, I came to Africa, sacrificed myself to help you, Dusties. So obviously, at the high level, I'm a collectivist, right? Because I do care about Africans. But at the low level, I care about my money. Like, for example, today, some dusty African comes to me trying to beg me for money. I'll give you a job. Text me, don't call me. This stupid ass African.
You did it for yourself. You said your standard of living, your quality of life has been better since you came to Africa. Then when you were living in Europe, living in a shoebox, paying $2,000.
Bro.
You did it for yourself.
Claims to be a collectivist.
Okay, I guess, guys, what we're trying to say here is that the whole individualism versus collectivism, I don't think Africans are collectivistic. I think we can be if it benefits us. So we're more like I would say we're kind of materialistic. Things that benefit us, we're going to join them, whether it's individualistic or collectivistic. We're looking at if things benefit us. Do you guys agree with that? We're looking at the benefit of the self. So the self is integral to African logic.
You actually perfectly described African individualism masked under collectivism. Right there in your explanation, you see what the African does is exactly what you did. You tried to pass off something that was an individualistic action, and you tried to cover it up and build a narrative around it to make it sound like it's collective. You tried to make it sound like you're sacrificing yourself. See, that's African collectivism right there. They will change the narrative to make it sound like it's collectivist, but actually it's like when the parent says to that child, your life is not yours. The nigga's pretty much telling him, bro, pay me. Pretty much saying, give me your, pay for my retirement. You see?
Okay, good point. Okay, and then, the next, scientific method. Caesar. Now, scientific method might be more.
Why'd you skip family structure? I think that was a good one to prove my point.
We did talk about family structure. Okay. That was what we talked about, individualisms. Because we talked about that. Yeah, family structure. Yeah, you could argue that Africans have polygamy, but they're not exactly talking about polygamy as a bad thing either. They just kind of say any sort of structure or organization. That's what they're against. So I'll say that family structure. A wife is homemaker, subordinate to husband. Yeah, men are the decision makers. Come to a Maasai village. A man will go protect the family. The woman will do what the man asks. So I think that one is false. I think that's just based on some liberal concept. Do you agree, Tankybot, the family structure stuff? Because I think they're also against polygamy, like organized polygamy, right? They would agree with polygyny, but they will be against polygamy.
How do we know that, though? How do we know that? Did they say that?
Because we know what the liberals think, right? Because we know. Look, liberals are against, like, let's say, so-called patriarchy. Africans are not against patriarchy, right? Because we got to go at the root. The thing that's the same for both is patriarchy. Africans are patriarchal, and obviously that's the same as this sort of family structure. Whether it's polygamy or a two-parent household, it doesn't matter. The point is, it's not polygyny. Polygyny is where the woman can also have, like, whatever. Yeah. So this one, we disagree with family. Okay, so scientific method. Now, I agree that in Africa we don't have as much scientific method, but it's not because it's like white culture. It's just we're low IQ, So that's my point there on that one. We're just low IQ. History based on Northern European immigrants' experiences in the United States. Heavy focus on the British Empire. I mean, most of us were colonized by the British Empire. Primary Western Greek. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Fine. I'm not gonna go there. Protestant work ethic. Hard work is key to success. Yeah. I mean, yeah. What am I reading? What am I reading? What the? This is like universal human principles. What the?
That's right.
Yeah. Show me the culture that advocates for being lazy, bro.
That's the only one that I don't agree with. That's the only one that's like, okay.
Propaganda.
This is stupid.
What people play?
Yeah.
So Caesar, you agree with all of them? Caesar, wait, Caesar, hold up. Caesar, show us the other one you agree with.
Yeah. Well, even the emphasis on the scientific method. I mean, you can make an argument for that. I mean, yes, the scientific method is a great method, but it's only one. There might. Let's say I'm not familiar with any alternative to the scientific method, but it's not crazy to say if a society came up with an alternative to the scientific method, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right?
If your aunt had a dick, should be your uncle.
No, so my point is, I don't know what methods my ancestors came up with.
No, let's live in reality.
They left.
Stop using the word if. Right now, what is the best method?
I don't know. I'm only familiar with one. Are you familiar with another one? Are you familiar with another one? Is anyone familiar with another? Like, I don't know. Like,
there are other ones. They're called African ways.
I have one.
Talk about them.
There are other methods,
I have
right?
one.
And don't joke. Don't do something stupid right now. Be serious. Come on. You're gonna be like jerking off.
No, you go and collect some chicken bones and then you throw them on a board and then you see what
Magi
what the
rebellion,
spirits are
right?
trying to
Other
tell you.
methods. Magi rebellion. Put some magic water on yourself, and then Western bullets are gonna fly against you, right? No, look, scientific method is the only method that makes sense because it is based on reality. It's based on cause and effect. Again, let's look at what it is, right? Objective, right? There's some things we can know. For example, we can both agree that 1 + 1 is 2. Yes or no? Please, guys.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, Keizo, when you depends on the society. In some societies, it can be 3. You know.
No, forget about the society. Those societies are retarded and low IQ. But we can all agree here. We all have a high IQ here, right? Okay, most of us, at least 95% of us, have a high IQ in this panel. So, okay, rational linear. Okay, I don't know why it's linear thinking, but rational thinking. The linear part. No, I don't. I'm not a linear thinker, right? Linear is low level stuff, right? That's what sense.
I think by linear, they mean cause and
So,
effect.
Kaizo, can you
Like A causes B, B causes C. That's what they mean by linear thinking.
Oh, okay.
Right.
If they're just restricting it to like small scale linear thinking, fine. But I'm not a linear thinker. I think in like more intuitive. Okay, fine. Cause and effect relationships. Sorry, go ahead, Caesar.
Can we acknowledge that it's possible that our ancestors, right, came up with
Where? Evidence.
Wait, let me finish.
Go ahead, brother.
Wait, let me finish. Come on.
Yeah, okay, Dusty's, man. Let's get some donations up here with a high IQ discussion, especially Dusty's there. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep doing the low level stuff. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
I'm saying, is it
Caesar,
possible?
you can go. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Someone in the storyteller in the comments said this was written by Gaston bro.
Oh no. Yeah, so guys, again, if you think that you hate me for always talking about Somalis and whatever, send some donations, keep the discussions going. Otherwise, I'll always do what works for me. So shout out. Yeah, so go ahead, finish there, Mr. Nigerian.
Okay.
Ibo.
Is it possible that our ancestors came up with innovative techniques, right, and whatever things, and they didn't use a scientific method to come up with it? Maybe they used their.
They came up with them, yeah, by trial and success, yeah. Like things, they just did stuff and stuff. Some stuff worked, yeah.
Right. Maybe they used their religions, right? Whatever, pick a pagan religion. Their explanation was a pagan.
Wait, hang on. You're talking about explanation. Explanation is different from intention. You can explain, for example, let's say an African will say, there is an evil spirit inside you. Okay, the white man will say, it's a bacteria. It's the same logic. There's nothing different between that. That's what I'm trying to say, Caesar. So an evil spirit and a bacteria is exactly the same thing. There's no difference at all.
Oh, so you're just arguing that basically all the techniques are the scientific method, whether you realize it or not. It's all the scientific
It's
method.
the same, yeah. The only thing that the white man did is he kind of standardized it a little bit more. But an evil spirit and a bacteria, you can actually see a bacteria. It looks like an evil spirit. It's all the same abstraction. It's just the white man went an extra step by codifying it. Okay, like that's why Mr. IC3 is always trying to codify black and all these things. They just codified it at a higher level, but it's the same. Like the evil spirit is a bacteria or a virus. Yeah, it's the same thing. There's no difference.
That's a fair. I mean, I'm okay with you thinking that. Sure, that's not bad.
Knew that Ifa derivation.
Evil spirit.
Caesar, can you just admit? Caesar, can I ask you a question?
Sure, you can ask me.
People in modern day use the scientific method because it's the best possible method out there. It's the best available method out there, or because we're colonized.
Because
do you drive a car today and not ride a horse because you're colonized, or because you just realize a car is more efficient?
Sorry, can you re-ask me that? Sorry, I lost you for a second.
Okay. Do people all around the world, pretty much in every country, use the scientific method today because they're colonized, or because they just realized so far it's the best available method in 2023? Just in the same way, do you drive a car wherever you go because you're colonized, or would you rather go back to riding a horse if you're uncolonized? So today, if white supremacy stopped existing, would you just go back to riding a horse to your work or whatever? Or would you still choose a car because it's the most efficient way to get from point A to point B?
I mean, I hear what you're saying. You're saying the scientific method is a superior piece of technology. That's why.
Yeah, because both things are Western invention. If we're being real, they were both created in the West, but we use them because, yeah, they're the best things out there for what you need to get done. It's not because, oh, this is like Western culture that has infiltrated our, way of living and has corrupted us and has colonized us. If something just benefits you, then why wouldn't you use it?
No, man. That's not correct, man. The first people that built the pistol, there was the Mamluks in Egypt. They built the pistols, and the white took that technology and made it their own.
Fair. Yeah, I don't know how the Chinese came up with gunpowder. I don't know what method they used. Probably the scientific, but we don't know, right? Let's ask.
Maybe it's an accident, Caesar. Like something exploded. There was phosphorus there with a bit of this thing, and it just some things happen in life.
The problem was some people in Africa tribe, they were too docile, and they were taken over by the Portuguese and many European countries.
I'm saying, so what if they have what if you come up with a technique that's very good at coming up with accidents, like at a high 40% of the time you do it, you come up with something, but it's like I'm trying to think outside the box here.
That's intuition, Caesar. That's what intuition is.
Chaos
like,
theory. Chaos.
Yeah, that's
theory.
chaos. That's intuition, basically. Like you basically engage yourself. Okay, for example, this whole YouTube channel experience, it's all chaos, Caesar. How do you get a bunch of high IQ trolls on one channel? That's that, Caesar.
Okay, so that's an alternative to scientific method we just came up with. Boom.
Yeah, but it's not a sustainable one.
I mean,
It's
I
not an efficient one.
haven't done research on
takes
it.
far longer.
I haven't done research on it to figure out how do we make it more.
Okay, so can I ask you a question? In the stock market today, over time, like over a space of like 50 years or 30 years, when they say buying, like when they say choosing stocks to buy, they say like even a monkey just flinging stuff at the wall, like they just put the number of different companies on the wall, and the monkey just like flings balls at it or whatever, and they just pick those stocks to buy. Over time, that method gets the same amount of return, like over 30 years or something, as the S&P 500 or any of these other averages. But if I told you that, if as a investment firm, if I told you that's how I'm investing, would you put your money in that, or the investment firm that has like that can show you the maths on which stocks they use and so on and so forth? That has algorithms.
That's marketing. There you go. That's obviously, due to marketing, I'm going to choose the guy who, has some magic that has numbers in it. I don't know what it means, but I trust.
So even deep down, one is a safer bet than the other, right?
I mean, I don't know. I'm just making an argument for, there might be alternative techniques. I haven't done research on it. I don't think you have either. But I'm just saying that emphasis on the scientific method, I don't know if the West came up with it. We can't just give them all the credit, those bastards.
Okay, so even if there's an alternative method, the point is we don't know them.
What he said right there, what he said right there was the real answer. He just doesn't want to give the West any credit. That's why they have to come up with some if, buts, and maybes. Maybe there's like this alternative method out there that no one has heard so far.
It
we
could
just
be
do some research, we'll find it.
Caesar, it could be, of course, and you can codify. Let's say, for example, neural implants, right? That can allow your dreams to give you more. All that stuff is fine. The issue is when it comes to like reliability, the Western method is the best. You understand what reliability means, right? It's not can something happen, but given a certain odds and chances, the Western method of so-called scientific method gives a more reliable outcome. The point here is
that's why we need the African diaspora to come back to Africa and build Africa.
Amen.
You understand? Guys, I understand you, but you must also find a solution. What's the solution in your opinion? Tell me that.
There's no solution, man.
This guy.
Okay, so you are a sellout.
I tried to be a solution myself, and how that turned out. So there's no solution, man.
Yeah, but you must tell the people from Europe, the Africans, go back to Africa and build Africa. We need doctors, we need engineers, we need people that can build bridges, we need people that can help people prosper, we need people that can, like trade, business people.
All of that with one move.
We need that. We need that.
You get all of that with one.
No, let me show you guys a question. 1 second, then you can go ahead. A Chinese government gives back diasporans jobs, positions of power, in the infrastructure, whatever it is, right? Banks, everything. I knew so many Chinese people who were sent to UK by the Chinese government, and they were sent back and they were given positions, right? Africans don't do that. Africans were so behind in so many basic stuff. So yeah, African will go back to back to their countries, and they will just be there. Or worse, the African state itself would not want them to be there. They see them as cancers.
I mean, personally, I don't need the government to sponsor me, bro. I just need stability. Like, don't shoot me. Don't kidnap me. Other than that, I can figure it out on my own.
There's no African government. African governments have to be created, have to be constructed. All the governments there are European.
No, you had Gaddafi, but he fucked up in the end.
Yeah. So
You understand
he
me?
was the last
Listen, brother. You have many Pan-Africans like Thomas Sankara. You had Idi Amin. You had many African people they wanted to prosper the nation forwards. But if you look at Africa now, come on, man, the leaders are sellouts. They're all sellouts.
Exactly. So there's no African
East Africa.
government.
You understand me?
There
That's
is
why.
no-
Listen, bro. Listen. We are the new generation. We can fix Africa.
Good.
You
I
understand
like
me?
that.
We must come together. You understand me? It doesn't matter if you're Somali, Amazigh, or from West Africa. We must come together and unite, and we can prosper our nations together. That's the solution for Africa.
Coalition.
The new generation must go up.
That's right.
We
Brilliant.
must
I like
elect
the
a
way you-
leader that's around 40 years old, not 70, 80. Come on, man.
Yeah, there is no African government. So the African governments, they're not.
Apparently, they imprisoned the
European
South Sudanese leader. You know, the South Sudanese leader who was caught pissing his pants while standing for the national anthem. He imprisoned the journalist, bro.
Bro, that shit's crazy, man.
Yo, imagine that whole situation happening to you, and then you imprison the journalist, bro. Like at some point, do you not just step?
That is pretty funny, though.
Yeah, that's what these people do. They also poisoned going to the luggage of African diplomats traveling. They poisoned one by putting something in his underpants that went into his luggage, and when he put his underpants on, he got poisoned. So that's what they do when you're traveling. When the African leaders are traveling, they put their luggage. They put poisons in them. They put poison in their food and drink. So they're under constant pressure. So they're victims, just like us. They're victims in the prison system of white supremacy. Those African leaders that you see on the cameras, they're victims.
Not all of them. Some of them are victims. Some of them are sellouts.
Which ones are not? Which ones are not victims?
Whatever's going on in Nigeria, they're guilty.
Name one African leader that is not subject to the system of white supremacy that you think is free. Not free, but sovereign.
I'm pretty sure I heard that
Who?
Eritrea.
There you go.
Eritrea has a sovereign leader.
Yeah.
What's his name? Let's look him up.
I don't know his name. Afwerki or
Isaias.
Isaias, yeah. I don't know his name, man.
Eritrea.
Isaiah.
You don't even know the country that exists that's called Eritrea. That's the funny thing.
Bro, this guy's talking about Africa, doesn't even know. You know who IC3 reminds me of? He's like a smarter version of Africa.
Eritrea. I'm looking at the leader. Of course I know about Eritrea, but I don't know who the leader is. That's what I'm looking up.
It's been the same leader for 30 plus years, bro. If you know Eritrea, you probably know the leader.
Oh, give him a break. Come on. Anybody know who this damn guy is? I've heard of Eritrea. We've seen their women. We don't know their leader.
Of course, the first thing that comes to your mind is women, right?
Is that a problem? I'm a man.
Most castrated, bro.
Yeah, most jealous of the big bad Bantus coming to take his own African women.
That will never happen.
Isaiah Afwerki.
Oh yeah, the men in Eritrea. Whew!
Actually, it's already happening, Havila. You know, the daughter of the Djibouti president is married a West African.
Brother, 98% of the Somali women marry Somali men.
Hey, but the top ones aren't, bro. What's going on?
Yes,
your leader's daughter, bro. That's the cream
Leader
of the
is
crop.
Djibouti, brother. I'm from Somalia.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I heard from my Ethiopian friend that Eritrea is joining Ethiopia or something like that. Or did I mishear him? They're going to unify Eritrea and
not.
Ethiopia.
Keizo, so what's going down with your...
Hey, by the way, Kaiser's waffling. I'm back. Kaiser's waffling. There's no such thing as, Umar Gule's daughter marrying a West African man. It's talking BS.
Sure,
Keizo, bring up the receipts.
Can we look this up?
Google exists.
Hey, Mo, this is something we can easily prove, man.
Which daughter are you talking about? Which daughter are you talking about, Kaiser?
Which daughter? It doesn't matter which daughter, Mo. It's a daughter. Okay. Mo, listen. You know me. I'm high IQ enough that I'm a troll, but I'm gonna have the effects. Okay. Mo, do you really want to
bring it up? Let's see if it's true.
Yeah.
Yes, bring it up. Let's see if it's true. Right now, it's 50-50. We don't believe either one of you. We need the proof.
Okay, true. Oh my God, Mo, this is...
Kaiser, hey, Gato, why do you want...
that's the thing. I didn't know Kaiser would know that. So that's we learn things every day, huh? I was just testing if he actually knew what he was talking about, but he actually does. So, hey, fair play, Kaiser.
Plus, I mean, yeah, Mo, listen, you gotta know,
Mo, come on, man. You know, Keizo knows everything Somali related, bro.
Oh no, I was just surprised that
Somalis.
Abi, the funny thing is that see Somalis from Somalia don't know. Only the Djiboutians know, so it's surprising that he actually picked up on that.
Yeah, Keizo's a spy, bro. He's a spy working for the Kenyan government. His job is to study Somali.
Maybe UK government, man. Kenyan government, I don't know, man.
Would you accept the construction of an entity that could speak? So representatives of this entity one would go to Somalia, one would go to Nigeria, one would go to Ghana as representatives, and then this organization would then hold a conference and encourage African leaders. So basically, the real United African Union. This entity will be a separate group of people with representatives who would persuade the African leaders to form a coalition. A temporary coalition to do a specific task. Would you agree, or would you like to be part of something like that? An entity. Would that be interesting?
Kaiser, I can give you the heads up and also say that
wait, Mo.
In my spare time, I've been studying the Wangas. That book did come to me, Kaiser. And I've kind of been studying the Wangas for a bit. Soon enough, all will be revealed. Let me just say that.
Oh, shit.
You know that the Wangas were kicked out from their mainland and encircled for hundreds of years in a small shithole.
There's more than that. There's a lot more than that you don't know. Trust me.
Uh-oh.
You and Puntai should do a stream, bro, where you reveal everything once you're done.
I'm collecting up my sources right now.
Keizo, but what's going on with your boy Donatello Sharp, man?
Yeah, he took
the guy is... So you've stopped booty clapping for him now that he's YouTube street credit is down.
No, of course I will. You still got a big channel, man.
What are you eating, Kaizo? Are you eating the ugali soup?
Nah, Mo, I'm having Baricio Hilbil. Is it Hilbil or Hilbil? Whatever it is, meat.
Hilib, yeah. I'm kind of having a snack as well, so that's the reason why I keep muting up.
Kezo, but you have to give me credit, bro. You know, remember that time when he was streaming on his, or was it on one of yours channels? I think it's on Ike's channel.
No, Dr. Thunder.
Oh yeah, and I asked him the same thing that Ava and Preach were discussing.
That's his wife.
Or his wife.
That wasn't him. That was his wife.
Yo, she got triggered because I called the post-war single mom.
Wait, what happened? What happened?
So, do you know who Donovan Sharp is?
Yeah.
So pretty much, I think he was on someone's channel, and I think his wife was in the comments. I think she was a mod. So she was talking all that shit. I told him, bro, if you had all these traits, and if you know all this stuff about women, why is your wife on how to control women? Why is your wife a post-war single mom? And I think she saw that and she got triggered. So she banned me, bro.
Oh, fuck. Is it his? Wait, single mom is in, she has a kid with another man that's not him.
Yes. He's pretty much the hardcore definition of a cuck. He's raising another man's child.
Is it a white child or you don't even know?
She's white.
What tribe are you, Caesar, by the way? I know you're from Nigeria, but what tribe?
Igbo.
Igbo.
A lot of Igbos in the UK. A lot of Igbos.
Yeah, man.
Caesar, are you pro Biafra?
Honestly, bro, I don't think you can be Igbo and not support Biafra cause. However, like I'm okay with regionalism. Like I'm okay with just decentralization. I'm not necessarily calling.
Can I ask you a question? Why are you Igbos trying to take other tribes' lands as well with the Biafra?
No, that's not true.
Because you're taking other. Bro,
that's not true. That's not true.
You see, but on the land you call Biafra, other minority tribes exist in there too, and they don't want to break away.
Let me tell you something. That's a very complicated issue. A very complicated issue. Like a lot of those tribes before the war, a lot of them identified as Igbo. Like when the British came, they thought they were Igbo. They have Igbo names. Some of them speak Igbo. They answer Igbo names. Our cultures, even like gassed him up. Like even though he doesn't claim Igbo, obviously because he's not, he's Isoko. Our cultures are so similar. Our way of life is so similar. So like, no one's trying to claim anyone.
That's not the question I'm trying to ask though.
No one's trying to claim.
Say, how come they don't get a say in breaking away? Because you're pretty much incorporating their land.
Vice President of Biafra wasn't Igbo. A lot of the people in the Biafran government weren't Igbo. Like this idea they don't have a say. There's people who are loud.
Oh, that's during the war, bro. Stop.
Even now, okay. First of all, I have
things that people who are anti the Igbo movement say that you guys try and oppress the minority tribes.
That's not
within
true.
That land that you want to claim.
The thing is that's not how Igbo culture is. See, like Igbo people, we don't have interest in lands that's not our own. Like I don't want to build.
Let me tell you how this can be played out.
Wait. But why are you fighting the Fulani and the Hausa people up north?
Because they're coming to all. Well, first of all, I'm not fighting anyone, right?
Basically, break it down. It's religion and oil.
The narrative. So look, what's going on,
okay.
What's going on, right? Is people, herdsmen, right, or whatever. I guess people from the north. They come down south to graze. They have like goats and all kinds of nonsense. They want to go around people's land and they're with their goats or whatever into the forests, into people's villages. And people are like, wait a minute, this isn't your land. Like, why are you here? People think they're trying to take our land. That's what a lot of people think, right? The Nigerian government. So, well, it's not happening, by the way.
Brother, I heard you are fighting now almost 500 years. I heard you sold each other as slaves. Is that true?
Sold who? What?
The Hausa.
We sold the Hausa into slavery? What?
Yeah. This guy.
Who told you that?
If you look at history about your country, Nigeria,
Igbo sold houses into slavery?
Yeah, in a war, a long time ago. There was a war between you.
Bro, I don't know anything about that. I've never heard that before. Sorry, I don't.
Either. But I got a question for you, Caesar. So again, we understand that Buhari, the one that's in charge of Nigeria right now, is. What do you say, Abi?
You're supposed to say, well, no. When he asked him why did he sell his enemy tribe into slavery, You're supposed to say, what else are we supposed to do? It's either kill them or sell them into slavery.
I'm not even familiar
We
with
might
that.
as well make money on it.
Havila,
Why is he asking me
everyone
like
sold
it's a bad
everyone.
thing, though?
The weak conquered
Exactly,
the strong conquered the weak and sold them for profit.
I'm
It
not
happens
familiar
everywhere.
with Igbos
It's not just
selling
in
houses.
Africa.
Because I mean, so you're saying Igbos went up north to go get Hausa people and sell them? I mean, that's crazy. But I don't know anything about this.
No. I mean, there was
Even if you
civil
did, you
war
can
between
justify
tribes.
Bro, I don't know anything about this. Is my first time ever hearing this
Listen,
accusation.
Havila, everybody sold everyone. Indians, the northern Indians sold the Tamils in the south. I mean, the Balkans were sold by the Ottomans and turned into Janissaries. Everywhere you look in the world at that time, everybody sold everybody. The weak got conquered by the strong. Second question I was going to ask you, Caesar, is again, now your understanding of the Nigerian structure and how Buhari is in charge right now. And, you know, again, he's Fulani, and a lot of people are not pleased with that. Again, there's a rift in the in Nigeria right now, especially with the Shell Corporation as well. You know, exploiting oil for very, very cheap prices, and only a certain set of people in the higher up positions are benefiting from this. So, what are the Nigerian people's thoughts on this and the situation that's happening in their country?
Thoughts on them selling oil? I mean, I'm not familiar. I don't know what people's thoughts are. I only know what Igbo people's concerns are. I don't know what the people from the Niger Delta. I have no clue what they're thinking. The Yoruba people, I guess. I mean, I feel like they're enjoying, right? They don't have oil. They're enjoying it, right? So, I mean, what's the problem? Yeah, those are my thoughts.
South as well.
Yeah,
so
wait, hold up,
Southerners
Caesar,
also have a despair
Mo,
amongst the
Mo,
North.
1 second. Caesar, but Igbos don't also have oil. It just happens to be in the territory that you are the most populous. Bro, the region where the oil comes from, it's a lot of minority tribes there. It's not Igbos there, man.
Well, so Imo State.
So technically, you don't have oil either.
So wait, the
Bro,
Imo State governor.
you don't.
Let me finish. So the Imo State governor. I don't know if it's true or not. A lot of people say Imo State governor says that we have the world's largest deposits of natural gas. I know we have natural gas in Imo State. I'm not familiar with how large it is.
Yeah, but I'm saying
that's
the
fact.
places
They
where
have
it's being
large
extracted
deposits of
right now,
natural
bro.
gas.
Caesar,
Yeah,
I'm talking about the places where oil is being extracted right now and has been
And Abi,
extracted.
let me add to that as well.
So I have an issue. So
Mo,
let
hold up,
Caesar, I'm not
Caesar,
fighting
Caesar,
for oil.
Caesar,
I'm not
wait,
fighting for oil.
Mo, give me a second. So when you say Yorubas don't have oil, technically you don't have oil either. It's just the area that you control.
Well, we have
of
natural
minority tribes has
We're
oil.
not so Igbo land is not benefiting off the oil. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but like,
it's not
we're
yours.
yeah, okay, fine. I mean, what's your? I don't know if you understand.
Caesar, I'm not coming at you, bro. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You
So
said Yorubas don't have oil, so they're enjoying it. I'm
Yeah.
saying technically
well,
Igbos
we don't have
also
oil either. We're not enjoying it. So I think we're good from a moral perspective. We don't have oil and we're not enjoying it, right? So what's the problem?
Bro, that's not what I'm trying to say, man. You're getting defensive out of nowhere.
No, so wait, what's
I'm
your
trying
point?
to say-
What's your point?
Caesar, the problem is I have nothing against the normal kinsmen thinking, okay, with the Biafra movement we get more independence, but you must understand the minority tribes around the Igbos that are not Igbo I'm not very fond of it, because when you look at the borders, they're in those Biafra lands that the Igbo claim. You must understand. So the ethnic conflict will not end.
So from my understanding, Nnamdi Kanu is the leader of the Biafra movement, even though he was captured like last year. When you listen to what he has to say about it, he wants if like some people want a referendum, and if you want to join Biafra, you can join. I've never heard him say like this region has to be part of. The only part of Biafra that I'm 100% aware is Biafra land, is Igbo land, obviously. Other than that, like you can, I think he wants a referendum, right? I've never heard him say like this region is Biafra land. We don't care what those people think. So yeah, I don't really.
So
I'm not,
now how do you
So this narrative of us like trying to group other people in, I just doesn't speak to me.
The problem is
Can I ask you a question?
The ideal is good.
What happens to them?
But how do you square it in reality?
How do you
exactly? That's what I was going to ask him. Let's say a referendum is passed, and each minority tribe gets to vote. What happens to the minority tribe that is encircled by the Igbo land that doesn't want to be part of that land?
Okay,
Do you give them a corridor?
what do you mean by encircle? There's no encircling going on. What are you talking
You know what I mean? Like, let's say one side. Okay, let's just say on one side, the minority tribe next to them wants to be part of Igbo land. on the other side, they also want to be part of Igbo land. But this one tribe in between doesn't want to be part of it. Though they're just going to have to go with.
Well, there's no part of Igbo land, so it's Biafra land. I mean, I'm not in charge of the referendum. I think let everyone vote on what they want to be a part of. If you don't want to be part of Biafra, don't be a part of Biafra. That's your problem.
This is the problem. The problem is, and that is where I agree with Mo and also, if it only would be the land owned by the Igbos, the shit would look like.
That's not Mo. That's Abby.
That shit would look like a sprinkled cheese. It would like
no, that's not true. If we pull up a map, that's not how Igbo land looks. So yeah, maybe that's why there's no.
No. Igbo land does look like that, but Igbo ethnicity held by.
Igbo land would be landlocked.
Yeah.
So basically, there's a lot of. So for example, there's something called Benue State that's right above Igbo land, right? A lot of the herdsmen have been killing their people. These people, I'm almost positive a referendum was called, they would want to join Biafra, right? Like, you know, and if they don't want to, they want to be in their own country, that's their problem. I've never really heard any Igbo person be like, oh, this land is a part of our territory. We don't care what the people think here. I don't know where this comes from on the internet. Like, I don't get it.
Comes from the maps. That comes from the maps that the leader proposed how it should look like. And the problem is, it's a little bit too clean. The borders.
I was gonna also add again. They say that look, a lot of people are displeased with the Igbos.
Even claim Northern Cameroon.
Yeah, a lot of people are displeased.
No, so look, I've never seen Northern Cameroon.
A lot of people are displeased with the Igbos recently due to the fact that they've been snatching lands from minority tribes and adding them into the Igbo.
Wait, where have you? That's
no,
fake
bro.
news.
I'm gonna send you this link right now. 2 seconds. You guys continue talking. I'll send you the link. Don't worry, but you can discuss if it's fake or not. Yeah.
I mean, in Nigeria, at all, land scamming is very big, so I'm not surprised. But
I've never heard this before. This is my first.
I mean, Igbos claiming lands that they're not. That's not theirs. That's what a lot of people are.
That's normal. That's land scamming. That's how it happens all the time. That is into north, south, west, east.
Okay, he's right. Don't look scratching. Yeah, he's right.
The leaders of the movement, I've never, ever heard them ever claim.
Of course, bro. Come on, man. Caesar,
because there's the leaders. People don't talk about the leaders.
Even on the ground, I've never heard anyone say like, "Oh, this is the whole land we want it."
You cannot say you've never heard the leaders say. Of course, the leaders are not going to say anything that makes them.
Give me the evidence.
Of course, the leaders are not going to. Caesar, of course, the leaders are not going to say anything that makes them look bad. Just like, when have you ever heard a leader say anything that makes him look morally dubious, man?
Sorry, you're saying something's going on and you're defending it, but I need proof because I've never even seen this happen.
I mean, I can only use anecdotal. Like I said, I was down there because I come from this place. I was born in it. And the minority tribes basically, this is the problem is the minority tribes were basically like Igbos because for centuries they lived next to us, but they have their own little ethnic groups. There's every time they hear Biafra, they're sweating. Because I know it's cool. You know, they're just saying don't do it like that. It doesn't exist. There are discussion because I know. Okay, if that land becomes separated, and so what happen because we never know in Africa how things pan out. They know that there's a minority tribes who now are silent because they are too small for the big tribes to be a threat. Would turn up the entire new quote unquote Biafra land, not entirely new Igbo land.
All I know is this.
So that's why I say
I've never heard this before.
That's why I say the solution will not end the ethnic conflict. If you do it like I think you do.
We need but then I don't care. I think whoever wants to join Biafra can join Biafra. That's what I've heard Nnamdi Kanu said. That's what I've heard everyone say. If you want to join Biafra, you can join Biafra. That's it. I've never heard anyone trying to group people who don't want to be part of it because who cares?
Wait, so can I ask you a question?
Wait. What tribe?
Can you go and ask for the consent of those minority tribes when you make that map? Okay, I know the map was made long before.
The map? God damn, show us the map. What map? Show us the map, guys.
Bro, we all know the map, bro. Why are you acting like you don't know it?
Come on. What kind of argument is this? I know we're high IQ. Can we at least show what we're talking about?
No, stop it. There is a map. Stop it. Stop.
There's many maps. There's many maps, first of all.
Did you know the reason why the federal system in Nigeria is so fucking stupid? Because of the first Biafra war. The entire reason why the federal government is so fucking stupid.
No, brother. It's because of England. They divide and conquer.
There you go. Show us the
England.
map you're talking about.
You know, hey, listen, the name Nigeria. The name Nigeria was invented by a British lady.
It's not about the state Nigeria. It's about the federal systems that the North, and especially the Yoruba, have too much control.
I understand, but if the
Control.
tribes cannot get
The
along,
reason why-
then nothing will happen, brother.
No, hold on. It's the reason
But
why.
then Havila, 2 seconds. Havila, again, the British, again, I don't mean to, kiss up to the colonialist in any sort of way or shape, but the colonization of certain parts of Africa actually helped them. So again, I'll give you prime example.
You're right.
I'm not talking about the colonization. That's the funny thing.
You're right.
I'm talking about the reason why you don't see many Igbos in power, or you see Yoruba or Hausa trying to
Because
suppress.
they're invaders, brother.
This had nothing to do with.
Yes, because they're from Cameroon originally.
It had nothing to do with invading. Why the system is right now as it is because of
Brother. Do you know the history of Nigeria people?
Okay. I'm not talking about after college. I'm talking because the system is now why it is. It could have been a regional system, but someone had after the independent turned up. Now it's not a regional system. Not blaming them. I just say they are not as innocent as it looked like. But hey, if you want to do a second try, hey, do it. Let's see if this system is functional.
Right. I mean, I think
what system are you talking about, man?
If they couldn't win before drones existed, how can they win now when the Nigerian government can just buy drones and airstrike you from a base whenever they feel like?
If they can't beat Boko Haram, they can't beat. If they can't beat Boko Haram,
Oh my God, he believes in Boko Haram. Oh my God.
Wait, what do you mean by believing in Boko Haram? Boko Haram is real. What are you talking about?
No, it's real. It's real, but it's something very different.
Caesar,
Do you ever wonder why Boko Haram never marches into the south?
I mean, they try to come into.
No, but why they not try hard? Like you don't see every. Do you ever
into Yoruba land?
Hold on.
Why? Tell us why.
Caesar, wait, do you think fighting a guerrilla army is the same as fighting an army that's trying to fight for independence and has to hold territory?
No, I know what you're saying. They definitely hate us so much. They'll definitely fight really hard. So you're right about that. Definitely, yeah.
No, because a guerrilla army, they can just strike you and then run away and disperse back into the crowd and then come back later on. So it's harder to fight. Whereas if you're going to raise an actual army to try and fight for your freedom, though all they're going to do the same thing they did last time. They're going to close down the ports. They're going to take away the sea access you have. And then they're just going to watch you starve, bro. Exactly, like the previous. But this time they have drones, something they didn't have back in the day. The drones are like cheap Air Force, bro. They're going to airstrike you to death, man. There's no way.
It's crazy.
You're gonna have to do
they still haven't defeated. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I'm not calling for war, by the way. I'm not going to call for war because I'm not fighting. So I'm not calling.
Yeah, but it will end in war. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, but you know the Nigerian
That's why
government.
they tried to do the peaceful. That's why they tried to do the peaceful route, because they think, if you do a referendum that no one of the other tribes actually give a fuck about, then we can cry out to the UN when the armies of the North march into the South.
I don't know. I
Does
think
that ever function?
Yeah, that I mean, there's two groups. There's the one that they're willing to die, and the people calling for referendum. So I mean, either or. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I have nothing against this. They want independent. At least get an army before you do such shit.
They can't, bro. Come on. How are they going to build an army in a country?
I mean, they do have it's called Eastern Security Force, or yeah, I don't know.
And also the Fulani and Hausa are very strong people. It would be hard to take them down.
Bro, we just don't want them in our. I mean, why are they trying to invade people? We know why they're trying to invade people's land, but like, bro, go invade someone else.
No, you want to fight for independence, right?
I'm not fighting for independence, bro. I'm not gonna tell people I don't live there, so who do I look like?
No, you want your people, right, to be liberated. The Biafra movement.
I wouldn't mind having our own country. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
You see.
I mean, here's the thing. It's like, I think if every tribe just had their own government, we can have a federation across Africa, bro. I believe in the whole Pan-African.
So there's 3,000 tribes in Africa, man. 3,000 tribes.
You're right.
If the Europeans can do it, we can do it.
I mean, too many tribes.
Bro, tribe politics don't work, man.
Yeah, it's just tribal federations things doesn't work. I already can tell you that.
If anything to do with the tribal,
Can I ask him a question?
Tribal interest
ask
is
you a
not
question?
state interest is better.
Wait, can I ask you a question? Do you think if you had your own land and all the politicians were your tribe, the Igbo tribe, you think they would be any less corrupt than what Nigeria is right now, bro?
Exactly.
Be honest with yourself.
I mean, I think there are some issues that wouldn't arise, definitely.
Like what? People invading your land.
Yeah. Yeah.
It would be worse.
So you're going to have.
It would be way worse.
So you think the herdsmen give a shit about
on each other's necks?
Yeah, when people come to our land now, if you do anything about it, Buhari gets pissed. He's like, "Why are you trying to hurt my brothers?" You know, he's trying to change the law so we can give away parts of our land to these people so they can like raise there. So it's like whatever.
You have elections. So why you have elections now, don't you? So why don't you and the Yoruba come together to elect an? Bro, what you
hey, that's happened the first
every-
time the Yorubas didn't declare war. I don't know if you're familiar with that. That's why a lot of people call Yorubas betrayers.
Before, wait. Before Buhari was here, it was Goodluck Jonathan, right?
Yeah.
He's not a northerner. Why didn't he help you out?
Honestly, I don't think people were complaining as bad. I think that fight for independence and Goodluck was in charge. Even when Obasanjo was in charge,
We all know the next president after Buhari is going to also be a southerner. You guys pretty much just keep trading between north and south. So when the next southern president comes, you can just put that issue to rest.
I don't know. I feel like
solve that issue.
Tinobu, I heard audio. I don't know if it's real or not because I know they're faking audios now. I heard an audio where he was talking with someone saying basically we're gonna cut off the Igbos. Like they're very tribalistic in the way they speak, right? So not all Southerners are just, there's no such thing as like Southern unity. We're not like the North where they're like, we're one North. The South is different.
Hello, please.
You yourself are a problem in that.
Hello, please. Can I come in? I'm in Nigeria.
Come in, bro.
Yeah, I'm in Nigeria for South Nigeria. So when was Buhari allocate any Igbo land to anybody? When?
Did I say he allocated land?
You said he wanted to collect land from the Igbos. When, and where?
So are you familiar with them trying to allocate land for herders?
No. Listen.
Okay, well, that's the thing. They're
Listen.
herders.
Listen. The presidency provided a solution. He said, okay, the state can allocate land to these cattle rearers, so they can rear so they can have ranches around the state instead of them rearing their animals and let them roam around the city. So he offered the state his own solution, but they didn't follow. So you forget about the issue.
I mean, that's what I said. You're almost trying to gaslight me and make me think I was crazy.
Hold on.
No, he said he did it, but no one followed. That is one of the problems with understand. Just because someone says something doesn't mean we do it.
Doesn't mean.
I didn't say he did it. I said they were trying to. That was something they wanted to do.
No, he was not trying to do anything. In Nigeria, state and the community, they control their land. Land does not belong to government. It belongs to the communities. You understand? Federal government can't just come to Edo State and collect, because I'm from Edo State, and collect our land. It's not possible.
I mean, I was just saying that Buhari was trying to do that. So, and that's true.
I mean, if Buhari really wanted to do something, he should do a tax system that actually works, because that thing doesn't work.
He only provided the solution. Then the state leaders didn't agree. Then he let it be.
Okay, well, that's what I said, though. So, I mean,
no.
I didn't see that he did that. You're trying to gaslight me, make me think that I don't know what I was talking about. That's not true.
But you sound like Buhari marches in with armies and enforces it. It's just, okay, this is an idea.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
This is an idea, and the local people said no. And then this is it.
Then it's turned back.
Okay.
Most of you Nigerians who don't live in the country, you speak for the country and you don't even have the information, and you just say,
wait. Are you Igbo? Wait. Are you Igbo?
Yeah,
no, I'm not. I'm from the south.
Well, what are you? Are you Igbo or Yoruba? What are you?
One of the minority tribe.
One of the minority tribes I'm talking about that Caesar doesn't say is exist.
Let me tell you something about the Igbo people where I have problem with them. Listen, whenever you engage in any conversation with these people, like They don't want to listen to the lower tribe. They only want to just like whatever they say should be the final. Even if they want to separate from Nigeria, the way they go about it is not the way. You understand me? Okay, when you look at the six state in southeast Nigeria, can you name one state that is well developed that you can say, okay, these people, when they leave Nigeria, they can't take care of themselves? No. The thing is that you guys, you will abandon your leader, no questioning how they spend the state money and the local money, no interaction, no holding them accountable, then blame other tribe. The Northerners are not your problem. You understand me? If you want to solve your problem in Southeast, hold your leaders accountable. Hold them to account. If you cannot do that, then forget about it.
So we not do that, my brother. I tell you why. Why is it we not do that? Because because the leader of the Biafra movement want to replace the corrupt leaders we have now. That is the entire point behind it.
Listen, let me tell you something. Let me break some of these people's heart. The people that are organizing this Biafra, most of them are corrupt. Is it the Nnamdi Kanu? Is he not corrupt? Is it the guy in Finland?
I know the Finland guy's crazy. I don't know about Nnamdi Kanu though.
So what? Listen, let me tell you something. The way the federal government caught up on him is that someone promised him $1 million in Kenya. Then he didn't let any of the team know about it. Then he not traveled to Kenya. That's how they arrest him there. So if it was a straightforward, maybe we would at least have some of his team with him and travel to Kenya to receive the so-called money. And it was caught there. Listen, when he started this group, this movement, I was part of the movement because it was like about Nigeria. Then, as the movement keep on growing, then it turned it into Igbo kind of something. Only Igbo, the rest ethnic group are scam, are fraud, traitor, and others. Then I step back. If you want to succeed in any movement in Nigeria, you have to include every other person. Nigeria is just too big. Even if this Biafra of a team, if you want to split away from Nigeria, that means you have to. Then you now decide to take my state and add it to yours. It won't be possible. I'm from a minority tribe. Most of your leaders they don't consult with our local leaders here. So then you want to you say you are fighting for Biafra. It won't be possible. It won't. You have to include other minority tribes if you want to go about this whole thing, and you have to do it in a proper way. Okay, at the moment right now, these people.
So the argument, sorry to cut you off. So the argument that was made earlier, where I did state, the accusations that Igbos have been facing due to the fact that they like to incorporate smaller tribes, lands, and people into the Igbo state. And again, I did get some harsh returns from Caesar telling me that's not the case. But you being from the minority tribe from the south are stating your opinion again, which goes against the contrary of Caesar. So again, this is the statement I said earlier. I said that a lot of the minority tribes are being silenced by the Igbos. Igbos are becoming the voice for them instead of letting the minority tribes actually speak for themselves.
Thank you very much. Even Gasimov, even we always talk about this because Gasimov is from the Isoko Delta State, a state after my state is Delta State, where Gasimov came from. So when they do this thing, they just think about themselves. They don't care about every other minority tribe. It doesn't make sense. You don't engage other tribes. You just think this will work out for you. Then go ahead and do it. It won't be possible.
Yeah, like I said.
So which tribe? What's your tribe? Are you Ijo? Are you from the Edo State?
Thank you very much. I'm from Edo State. Yeah.
Edo State, yeah. That is the people I talked to who said they are not very pleased with Biafra.
Because during the war,
exactly.
Let me tell you the history. The reason why we are not pleased with these people. During the war, people from my tribe, they face a lot of backlash from the Igbo people. They thought we were traitors, that we were the one. So they kill a lot of our people, their soldiers. You understand me? So when they discuss this Biafra issue, they don't, themselves, they don't speak about the other minority tribe. They offend and they persecuted. They don't. You just them alone. They always cry victim and they don't care about.
I know that. Like I said, I have nothing against the Biafra movement, but let's stop the bullshit. The Biafra movement will not go after tribal lines. So we do entire states, so they have a unified country, and that means that we include minority tribes. And Igbo never, ever really gave a fuck about the minority tribes.
So Snake Man, are you Yoruba? Are you from the Benin? Where are you from?
I'm from Igbo.
Oh, you're also Igbo. Okay, so you're a fellow Bantu brother. Shout out.
Oh, you're Bantu. Okay.
Yeah, but the difference is that when I want my tribe to prosper. And when I hear low IQ nationalist movements that try to blanket themselves in, oh, we just want independence, I think to myself, okay. How does it benefit us? How does it benefit us in the long run?
Thank you.
Do you really think Nigeria already has armies in other countries?
I understand, but
so if we can become independent, you think
what's the solution, brother? What's the solution?
Yeah, what's the solution?
Okay, listen.
Everybody wants to know the solution. What's the solution?
Kaizo, let me tell you something. The Igbos in Nigeria, they have a lot of power. They control a lot of sectors in Nigeria. Okay, they control some of the largest part of the economy. So this idea they are being marginalized, it's not true. In the Buhari government, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is from the Igbo land, from Enugu State. You understand me? The Minister of Labor is from He's from Southeast Abia State.
So you have no issue with Nigeria then? You have no issue with Nigeria? You think it's running perfectly?
No, it's not running perfectly.
Let me tell you something. It's not running perfectly, but it's because of let me tell you something, not the federal government. The state and local leaders, they are the major problem. You understand me? When you face the local and state government in Nigeria will be okay.
Like my local is a local king of mine. The local king of mine. He's literally bulldozing down houses to build his shopping malls. You ever hear Biafra say, "Oh, this local Igbo king, he must stop it because of the..." No, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, the problem lies in the state and local government. The leaders there, they receive money, that's billions, some of them trillions of naira for the past 10 years. Go to their state, you can't point out one infrastructure there. Nothing, and their people, they don't ask the local leader, how did you spend this money? What did you budget for education? What did you budget for security? What did you budget for agriculture? Nothing. They don't ask questions. All they do is blame federal government. Caesar, can I ask you, do you follow this thing, how the federal government disburse money for each state?
Yes, we've heard about the 30%, right?
Not 30%. The state receive almost close to, I think, 48% of all the revenue. State receive 48%. So federal government only got 52. So, but if you look, average Nigeria, they focus too much on the presidency. Average market woman in Onitsha that sell tomatoes and pepper. Do you think the federal government policy concerns those people? No, it is the state. Let the state feed let the people in the state feed their state. Then things will be better. Look, okay, if you want to know state government, they have power. Look at what Governor El-Rufai is doing in Kaduna State. For the past 8 years, look at the investment going into Kaduna State. Because they have competent leaders there. All we do is just blame the Fulani. No, let me tell you something. I'm a minority tribe. The Fulanis, the Aunsas, they are some of the most trustworthy people in Nigeria. Yeah, let me tell you this. Yes.
Well, they're running Nigeria, so I guess there you go.
Yes, if not for
Listen,
them,
listen, Kaizo. Listen,
let me
Kaizo.
say something. If not
This
for
guy.
them, Nigeria would have been a serious mess by now, because other tribes, majority of them,
You should join their tribe.
hold on, including my tribe, they are sellouts.
Hey,
Yeah,
your own tribe to sell out. Okay, wow.
yeah, they
We
are.
are not better, bro.
He made a fair assessment. He called out every tribe and said that they all sell out, which is actually a good
Except
point.
the Fulani tribe. Except the Fulani tribe. Okay, fair.
Fulani tribes are in this as well. But look, I was gonna look.
But the
Can I-
difference is they don't try to care.
There's a major difference in Nigeria that I've witnessed. Fulanis in all fronts are united.
Definitely.
They have the same goals. They have the same, intels and the same ideals, and they all basically move like one people.
Yep.
The Igbos can't get along. The Yorubas can't get along. The Southerners are being oppressed.
Igbos generally get it wrong.
No, Igbos again. Igbos. Look, this is the problem with Igbos. Igbos oppress others, but they have this thing where they play victim mentality.
Okay, stop. This will oppress others.
right.
Fake
Right.
news. This is fake
They're too
news.
docile.
They don't have power to oppress people. What do you? They're not in charge of Nigeria. Like, what do you guys talk? Oppress others?
No. Hold on.
No, because I've heard certain. Let me clarify my point. Let me clarify. I was going to clarify my point when I said Igbos like to play the second-hand game. Igbos, again, they like to play this game that we're being the ones that are marginalized, but they're also marginalizing other minority tribes.
Who are they
Like the
marginalizing?
brother in the panel.
No, because they made a map. First of all, I don't know who made the map because I need to see the map. But he's saying hypothetical marginalization. He's not saying marginalization is going on. Let's make that very clear. Let's make that clear. He's talking about hypothetical marginalization. He's not talking about marginalization.
Hold on, no.
that's
He's
occurring right now.
talking about the first war. What are you talking about? This is things that happened.
Again, he
you're
mentioned,
talking about the past.
the
Okay.
history of his tribe, and then he went down to the recent. But my point is, again, Igbos have their own share of blood on their hands.
Wait, hold up.
Kaizo,
So
Kaizo.
just because you killed them in the past, it doesn't count then.
Okay, Kaizo, let me.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we're talking about now current marginalization. You're talking about 1965. If we're talking about 1965, make that clear. But when you say current
now in
marginalization, it's like, it sounds crazy.
So in the South now they have equal rights as any Igbo man, is what you said.
Hell
One South. What are you guys talking about?
What are you talking about? We have absolute supremacy.
In the South.
Thank you, bro. You see, hey, bro, there's someone who's being honest.
How? Can you explain it? Is the governor of River State, is he Igbo?
Governor? Why are you talking about the governor? I'm not talking about the governor. I talk about the people who actually make shit happen.
Okay, well, the
governor
government's
just
run by
collects
the
the
people of the minority tribe. Okay.
The governor just collects the money.
Wait.
He's not the one who-
I heard Nigeria has a big population, and it's
Yeah.
getting bigger and bigger. Is that correct?
Yes, you are right. You are
Oh my
correct.
God, bro.
What
Why
will
is this guy
happen?
asking us?
That's common knowledge. It's 200 million. And
But brother, what will happen if there are 400 million?
No, wow.
Okay,
I don't know,
That's
man.
no
What will
place.
happen?
Wait, I'm not gonna let you guys run off with this whole Igbos are oppressing people currently in Nigeria. I need proof. Can you show me evidence on this?
No. I'm
Where's
not saying.
Are all the governors in all these states all Igbo people? Like, show me the
Yo,
proof.
Caesar,
What is
Caesar.
it? Like, what do
Once
you
again,
guys?
why are we focusing on state matters if we know
I
most
swear,
of the
bro, this guy's
bullshit that
being
happens
purposely
in
obtuse.
Nigeria is tribal?
Brian,
Because you're talking about
he's
like
being
your
purposely obtuse.
feeling. I need proof.
Bro, stop.
Why
We
are
all
we
know
talking
real
about
power.
states in Africa? I don't get it.
Okay.
Are we Europeans? Are we not Europeans?
So wait, hold up. Is the governor more powerful than the Igbo majority
Nah,
population? in that region?
no.
So you
no.
think that governor can do anything that any Igbo is going to be against in that region? So
Damn, y'all are
whoever
just
sees it,
painting this
they say,
picture.
"Oh, the
Damn,
governor
that's
is
crazy. Can you just give me the proof? Just give me the proof. Just show me
No.
proof.
Hold on.
The
Oh
governor,
my God.
the
You
governor
wanna show-
cannot move with the local kings. When the governor doesn't have the local
Governors
kings in his
are-
back, he doesn't do shit.
Hello. The thing is that the governors in Nigeria, they have a lot of power. You understand me? They control the state. Also, they have power to invite foreign direct investment to their state. Each state in Nigeria, they have that power.
Thank you.
You understand me? The thing is that most of these governors, they are just rent seekers. They wait for every month for the federal government to send them their share from the oil allocation. They wait for that. They don't increase their IGRO. They don't plan for the future. Nothing. If also they don't practice continuity. If Mr. A comes, when he goes, Mr. C came in, he will abandon the project that Mr. A or B left.
Okay.
So these are problems. This happens in a lot of states. The reason why there is visible infrastructure in Lagos is that since 1999, one party has been like controlling the state, so they practice continuity. So that's why you can go to Lagos and see development there. Also, most of the state leaders there, they are well educated, they are smart people, not illiterate. You know, where some of those states they appoint as their governors. Lagos is well run. That's why the state is like that.
Well,
But
also because there's the capital for most of Nigeria's history, right?
Yes,
Like, let's
yes.
not just pretend like that's
Also,
not the case.
also when you go to states like Kaduna, all the people running Kaduna state currently, they are young people. The current governor make sure he puts young people in the state affair. Things are going smoothly. Infrastructure is being done. The education sector is being revamped. Things are happening there. You understand me? But when it comes to Southeast, the problem I have with Southeast is that they don't know how to play politics in Nigeria. They don't understand Nigeria politics. Let me tell you, for instance, after Nnamdi Kanu issue happened, there was another guy from the Southwest, which is Sunday Igboho.
Yep.
He also said Yoruba, they want the Yoruba. You know what the Yoruba leaders did? They came out and condemned him immediately. When the federal government decided to deal with him, the leaders there didn't say a word. They allowed the federal government to deal with the guy. The case gone. But during the Nnamdi Kanu issue, most of the Igbo leaders, they decided to support Nnamdi Kanu.
That's the right.
Even until now, they even asked the current presidential candidate, Obi, what are you going to do with this guy? He was saying he was trying to, like, he didn't condemn the guy. This is what they do. You see, the Hausa people, the other tribe won't be comfortable to hand over Nigeria to you to govern because of this kind of mistake you guys make, your leaders make. At least condemn the guy.
I mean, you're allowed to say that, but I don't. That doesn't. I mean, that's fair. That's your opinion. Sure, that's not a bad.
Listen, that is how a lot of people, they don't support. That is how they see. They believe that you guys always protect your own, because it happened during the night. See, this thing started in 1966 when the Igbo general decided to kill other tribes, top leaders. They left their own people. They didn't touch them. So that thing has already, like, it's like it's like something that keep happening. You kill other tribe and left your own. Then when Agui Ironsi took over, those that committed that crime, he didn't touch them, he didn't punish them. So that was what led to the war. If you want to govern, Nigeria is a multi-ethnic country. You have to be fair in your dealings, so that you won't be seen as like you are protecting your own and allow something bad to happen to other tribe. They won't be comfortable to allow you to run the affair of the country. And these people, I'm not going to lie, they are very good in business. I believe if one of them handle the country, they will be able to pass policy that will expand the economy. Yes, I believe that. But because the way their leaders behave, most tribes are not comfortable. Yet, the only leader that I know that he knows how to play the Nigeria game is Rocha Sokorosha. Rocha Sokorosha understands Nigeria because he lives in the north. Tinubu, that is very, very popular now within the northern elite, is because he built for the past 30 years, He built bridges between the southwest and the north. That's why they're all of, if you pay attention, the whole northern governor, they support him. They gave him their support 100%. Because they have a trust in him that he is going, if he becomes president, he will protect their interests. So what is the assurance from the Igbo tribe that if Peter Obi becomes president, that he will protect other ethnic group, their interests, is going to protect their interests? No. The trust is not there yet.
Like I said, I have nothing against the movement, but I only have 2 points. First of all, there's a state, the land that comes out of it, maybe it's even an autonomous zone. After this is done, I want less corruption, more prosperity. That is the only thing I want. I do not really care if they do it or not. I just want less corruption, more prosperity.
That's what I want too. That's what I want. I don't want the country to divide because it will be useless. It will be useless. Because let's be real. All tribe right now benefit from the country. If you can establish yourself, you are good. If you have like 1 million or 2 million customers that you are servicing, you are good in Nigeria. But when you split the country into how many? You think things will change? No, things won't change. When I see people, we want our own country. Come on. There is a reason why Barcelona in Spain want their own country. They are the economic hub of Spain. You understand me? And Barcelona is well developed. Okay, currently, when you look at the setting of the state, even most of the leaders that govern the state, they don't live there. Peter Obi that is currently campaigning for president. He lives in Lagos, not in Anambra State. He lives between Lagos and Abuja. Even my state governor, the same thing. These people, they don't live. See, if you won't have interest in developing where you don't live. You understand me? That's why the whole state is underdeveloped. Because most of these leaders that were elected, the local leaders, they don't live in that state. They have houses in Lagos, in Abuja. Even, yes, some of them, yes, they have houses in that state, but they don't live there. They hardly live there.
My brother, we know that most of the Nigerian elite that is global is corrupt. We know that. We know that. There's nothing new. Like I said, Biafra can do what they want. It's a guarantee. Less corruption, more prosperity. And the problem I have is I never hear something about our local system. It's always about, the federal. Sounds to me like the Biafra guys who had such one federal money. That will disappear if you are no longer part of Nigeria. I just wanted to say that. Because when of the local level, I think to myself, why do you not try to cut the power of the kings? Like literally, you're talking about the people, but the kings still have nearly absolute power. What are you talking about?
Thank you very much.
It's like Karl Marx saying, "I am for the Russian people, but Tsar Nikolai, kiss your ring."
If Southeast leaders are put things in order in their state, really, say the state is working, that other tribe are the one dragging them back, I'm not going to lie. I will sell my house and move down to Anambra or whatever, or Abia State. But when you look at those states, let's be real here, nothing to write home about there. Nothing. They are not Dubai. They are not even Johannesburg or where. Nothing there. Nothing works there.
I have a question to my Nigerians on the panel, or
go ahead.
I often hear, or not often hear, but I've heard a couple of times because I'm still trying to understand the dynamics in Nigerian society. And is it true that there's kind of a separation between like the smart people, like the business people, and like academics and technocrats, and then there's a divide between the military or maybe not as smart people from around other parts of the country? But from what I understand, there's like one or two tribes that are kind of dominating, like I said, the intellectual and like technocrat fields and all that, and then like the dumber people, quote unquote, go to like the military and like the DSS and stuff like that. Is is that accurate?
No, it's not accurate. Not accurate at all. There are smart people in all of the tribes in Nigeria. The thing is that we don't like to hold our own accountable. Let me tell you something. If let me say my one of the ministers of the current government is from my state. Just imagine if that minister steal money and they caught him and they arrest him, you will see it will mobilize people from my ethnic group to say they are shouting him that that they are trying to blackmail him, that he did not steal any money. You see, most of the tribes, they will come out and protest for that minister. And when you go ahead and verify and do your investigation, yes, he stole that money. The thing is that the people themselves is the reason why Nigeria is where it is right now. You understand me?
So the problem is that think of Nigeria like a mafia. When everyone every tribe has multiple people who sit on the table and eating good of the people.
Thank you very much.
The problem I have is that, and that is why I say some of those people are really low IQ. They really think that this tribalist bullshit matters to the people on the top. This doesn't. They just use it to distract the people.
Thank you very much.
Because once again, how are you gonna hate an also ethnic group who could be, because Nigeria, like I said, Africa, tribalism could have done something in the past to your people, but at the same time, your local king bulldozes your house down and you do nothing.
Bro, ask yourself, why is it that the current president that has decided to, like, I'm not going to lie to you. You know, many Nigerians, they don't pay attention to the country. They don't even know. Listen, the current president, hate him or love him, you understand me? He's one of the best presidents Nigeria has ever had. Yes. Yes.
Nigeria that's more unstable now than it's ever been in its history.
Let me tell you, it means that bar is not very high. That bar is not very high.
Nigeria is more unstable it's ever been now.
Yes,
and now it's the president. Come on, bro.
Why.
Hold on. More unstable than in the Civil War.
Yeah, let me tell you why. The president came into power. He expected Nigerians, everybody, to come together and assist him in building the country. But you guys think the president can build the country alone. The president cannot be in every corner of Nigeria. It is the citizen that will assist the government to build the country. Like the train, there's one the recent train that like they vandalized in my state. Did you know the people that vandalized those the train? They are my people from our own community in Benin. They did the vandalization.
What was the justification that they used to vandalize?
Thank you very much. They vandalized the rail tracks. They wanted to go and sell it in the black market.
Greed.
Then they will say, then when they are caught, they will say it is poverty. No. It's just wickedness. We have a lot of wicked people in that country.
And that is the problem, American Rifleman. Biafra, and that's why when I heard this the first time, I was really laughing, makes a moral claim. No one in Nigeria, especially if you're part of the elite, is morally. That is a problem. How can you be the most moral person in Babylon? Like it makes no sense. And that's why I say for me it's a scam. It's a scam that half-educated people uses to get power, so they get rich. To get rich, and the stupid people, the low IQ people who are still on the tribalistic bullshit that no one of the elite actually does. Saying, we get independence and then we get rich. And I think to myself, how?
The current security situation is being done by Nigeria, not outsider. Let's be real, yeah. If you observe, if you pay attention, I don't know, Kaizo, you know, like, let me say last year or early this year, there were this shout of Fulani all over Nigeria. Where's the Fulani now? All of a sudden they disappear. Fulani, everything, any crime that happens in Nigeria. Fulani, I won't told some of my Igbo, no, calm down. These people are not Fulanis. When you profile people as criminals, because let me tell you something. I have friends who are Fulanis and who are Ahunsa. I grew up with them in Benin City. There's one place they call Area Street. There is Ahunsa and Fulani quarters. You understand? I grew up there. They do money exchange. You can leave any amount with these people. Come back in the next 1 year. You'll meet them there. They will give you your money. You understand me? But I'm not going to try it with other tribe. When I was growing up, these Fulanis, I know them, they rear cow. They don't kill people. But all of a sudden, Fulani is not terrorists, like they are the one killing everybody. No, I grew up with these people. They rear cow around my area way back. They don't just go out and kill people. They only hold their sticks, and they have their normal dagger in their pocket. Finish. That's all they have. They don't just go about killing everybody. I told people, these are criminals. They are just using this Fulani incident as a way to commit their own crime and kidnap people. If you look, most of the kidnappers, when they are caught by the police, they are not even Fulani people. They are most times they are indigene of that community or the state.
No, the problem for me is when you mentioned Biafra. Biafra led to a civil war. That means for me, Biafra is like, if you want the examples, like the Southern Confederates riflemen who thinks they can rise again and have a third civil war, a second civil war in America, and this time they win. For me, that is Biafra, because the problem is we have less support from other tribes. We are now more interconnected. That means when shit goes south, we get poorer.
Also,
and we have no armies.
Also, the Igbo
but somehow
people,
magically, we stop on our toes to do a ritual dance around the fire, and nothing will happen.
Bro, if you read the history of Nigeria was practicing regional government. The Igbo elite who took over via coup, they are the one who turned everything to unitary government. Yep. We didn't practice this before. They created this system, so that's
what I mean. That's what I mean. Basically, the Biafra people are mad that they have less control on a federal state because their ancestor fucked up their civil war and lost the rights to have regional states.
Thank you.
It's basically it's pettiness. It's pettiness because they got their ass whooped.
I have another question.
They played their game and lost.
I have another question. Thank you because I'm learning so much listening to you guys right now. But obviously, the tribalism is obviously an obstacle for prosperity over there. what would be like one or two simple points to kind of like break the power of these tribes that are kind of, you know, throwing a wrench in kind of like a lot of I guess the unity. If I'm not, yeah,
You
go ahead.
can't. You can't. It's the promise is ingrained into in every ethnic group is ingrained into it.
Okay,
What
bro.
you can do is you can have a discussion and decentralize it. Decentralize it, and the only thing you can do is build infrastructure and factories and all things. So more money comes to the people, because when more money comes to the people, they have more money for education. When they get educated, they are smarter. When they're smarter, they don't fall for those tribalistic bullshits elites always try to do.
You
That's the
see,
only thing you can do.
These people complain that they are being marginalized. For instance, the sole distributor of Rolls-Royce and Bentley in Nigeria, the license belongs to an Igbo man. He controls that industry.
But we must understand, my brothers, they don't care. The only thing they would say, simple people just want more power. That's why they do it. It's not about because they will never see the money of the leads. Do you ever think?
Me, I'm from a minority tribe. I should be crying and complaining and be victim of all these things. But no. I go about my day also to take care of myself and my family. This
the funny thing is on a tribal level, all the rich people of my tribe are rich because of Nigeria, because of the federal system. So that's why I'm looking like, okay, you hate the things that makes your elite, our elites, rich. So what is their alternative? Because we don't really have a program to build infrastructure on our own. We don't really have a program to build factories on our own.
Let me tell you something. The issue between the Dubai government and Nigeria government really is because of LP's airline. Who the owner of LP's is an Igbo man. You understand me? Federal government decided to support the business because they didn't give him a license to operate in Dubai airport. So they gave him one license in another city, which is not which does not have traffic. So the federal government decided to stoop their ground and say, no, this is our business, our own person. You have to give him a space in the Dubai airport. Because of that, Dubai said no. Then Nigeria government said, okay, go. We should ban each other. So they banned each other till they later, come together and resolve the issue. You understand me? So these people, when this current president, when he came to power, he said he was being honest. And if you look at it, he was saying the truth. Let's be real. The Southeast didn't vote for him. Then he now measure the 5% comment. When he measured that comment, then the whole place went into flame. That was what bet the hatred for the current president. Because this tribe, you guys put your eggs in one basket and you lose. Normally, in the way Nigeria was structured, if other tribe emerge as a president, maybe the Yoruba are the vice president, the Senate president normally goes to the Southeast, but they didn't have any senator there from the current ruling party. They didn't have two-term senator. So they have to put another Northern there as the Senate president. So your people didn't vote for those for the current political party that runs the country. Then you expect them to just hand over power and give it to you to become the third man in the country. It's not possible. You didn't play your cards well. You put all your cards in one basket and you lost. Even my own state, my small state, we know how to play politics. That's why when you look at the history of Nigeria, Edo State leaders are always been in the center of power in Nigeria because we know how to do our things. But you see, the Igbo, they are just too, when it comes to Nigeria politics, they are just too emotional. You understand me? Learn Nigeria politics, play the politics well. Vote for, even let me tell you this. Jay-Z in the rapper, if you go and verify, he donates to Republican and donates to Democrat. He doesn't put his egg in one basket.
Yep, because he has a lot of Jewish friends that showed him the game the last 25, 30 years, you know, so they kind of schooled him on what's more important.
Thank you very much. Power is not by emotion. No, nobody give a fuck about your emotion when it comes to power. So, right now, I'm watching in this current election. And the way they are going about this election, I won't be surprised if they give all their vote to Peter Obi and at the end of the day, they lose again. You have to be smart in your... election is not... It's about numbers. It's a numbers game. If you look at it, even if all Southeast put their vote and give it to Obi, he won't emerge as president. You need the northern bloc, the northern state. You need to win some state there. If, okay, let's, for instance, the guy he picked as vice president is an unknown person there. It's not a popular leader in the north. Another failure again. So, anything the Southeast face politically in Nigeria, it is their own doing, not other tribe. Yorubas, they know, you may hate them, call them traitor or whatever, or call them slave. Their leaders know how to play the game. When the Igbos insult them, call them slave, I laugh. They are not slave. Even listen, I listened to El-Rufai. El-Rufai said one thing. He said, no tribe in Nigeria, that is in the three major tribes, can emerge as president on their own. No, you need the support of other tribes to become president in Nigeria. And when we talk about tribe, you need the support of other tribes elites, which is at the top people. You need their support. Okay, currently, right now, APC still have all their governors with them. PDP have theirs. So, and this governor, they control the state. They have too much power, in my own opinion. So, this idea that most people think Obi will emerge as president next month is just a dream. Sorry. It just shows that a lot of Nigerians don't understand the country they live in. Most of these people who are even complaining that Nigeria is bad, ask them, who is your local government chairman in your community? I'm not talking about even the governor. They don't know. Who is your minister from your state? They don't know. Who is your representative representing your state in the federal government? They have no idea. They don't know. But these people, all they do is follow trend. That's why that's one thing I hate about our people. They always follow trends. When they see something is trending online, they jump into that conversation without having any idea about what is going on. So, bro, go ahead. If you have any other question you want to ask about Nigeria, go ahead.
What I guess like one or two tribes that have like a good track record working with like other tribes or like maybe more trustworthy maybe than other, like, because I hear a lot about Fulanis. Unfortunately, I don't know if they're bad or not, but I just hear a lot more negative stuff about them than other tribes. So like, yeah, that question, like, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, let me tell you something. When it comes to the Fulanis and let me just use the North in general. One thing they have is unity. You understand me? It's unity. You know what? Okay, for instance, the governor from the northern state, you understand me, mostly for the part like the current ruling party, you know what they did? Without like they had a meeting on their own. You understand me? Then after that meeting, they came out and said the presidency should go to the south. You understand me? Then during the primary, they voted for the current APC candidate, which is Tinubu. Even they didn't pick the current vice president also contested that in that primary. They didn't vote for him. So they gave all their votes to the current candidate. They gave him support, and up till now, let me tell you something. Up till now, none of those governors have become from APC. They up till now they are still supporting they still stick to their promise. So the Hausa, I'm not going to lie, when they say something, they stick to it. You understand me? They are kind like when they say they will say the Muslim when they say Inshallah they are going to do this for you. It is final. You understand me? So they are giving their 100% support to the current APC candidate. Also, the Yorubas, they also that is who are from the current ruling party. Their governors also, which is their state leaders, they also decided to support the current guy, which is Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the former governor of Lagos State. They also came out and gave the guy their 100% support. But when you come to Southeast, majority of their leaders in the Southeast, they are not even supporting the current leader, which is Peter Obi. You understand me? They are not. None of them.
So I guess my last question is who's like the most, I guess, trustworthy tribe, or like the one with the best track record that can work with other tribes or maybe be a like intermediary?
Intermediary. Like my for instance, yeah, my states, yeah. Another let me say some states from the south. Let me use the word south, yeah. Because you can pick from Edo State, you can pick from Delta State, you can pick from River State or Cross River. So those are the minority tribe which are from south. Also in the north, let's be fair, in the north there are minority tribes there also. You understand me? Like in Plateau State, which is Jos, they are not Fulani, but they are that state is located in the north. Because sometimes in Nigeria we just group everybody as north. No, there are other tribes in the north who are not Hausa or Fulanis. You understand me? Like the state, like Benue State. Benue State is part of the north, but they are not northerners. Like they are not Hausa or Fulani. They have their own tribe and their languages. Go ahead.
Oh, no, that's good because I only, just to be honest, I've only really been diving deep into Nigeria maybe about 2 years, so I'm still really learning. It's like a lot.
The thing, yes, there are a lot of things to learn, but the problem I have is that it's mostly Nigeria in diaspora, Nigerians who live abroad. These people have been gone from Nigeria for ages. They don't know what is going on there. But all they do, when they see something trend online or they post something in WhatsApp group, they run with it. Most of these things are fake. Like me, let me tell you something. One thing I've learned, like I do follow American politics. At least to be balanced, I listen to the Republican, I listen to Democrat. I don't just stick to one thing and live in the bubble. No, I don't like to do that. I like to get information from both sides. So I sort out whatever I want to pick from both sides. The same thing.
That's smart. That means high IQ nuance. That's a really lost art these days. Like actually around the whole world, you can't even say, that's like a Western thing or like or one part of the globe. Like only smart people do that. I try to do that, but I know I lean one way. I'm not gonna lie.
No. It's not good. It's not good. Sometimes we vote against our own interest. It's not good. Let me tell you something. Words are just nothing. Because Republican can be brash. Yes, we understand. They can say racist thing. Both parties are racist. Let's be real, yeah. Because whenever Republicans they are in power, the white Democrat they will benefit from that government. If Democrat the same thing, the white Republican they will also benefit. So whoever becomes the president, it benefit them. So this idea that black people want to pick a side is a big problem for us. We shouldn't pick any side.
Well, can I speak on that as a Black American? I guess you are correct. Like we need to stop being so or not stop being something like there shouldn't be an idea that we have to hitch our wagon to one political party to be successful.
Yeah.
Go into the framework that'll let you be successful. So yes, you're correct. Me personally, there's things that Black people there's successful Black people in America. We know this. And the thing that makes them successful is that they can be political, but they just work inside of a certain framework that's successful. And that's how Black Americans, they just go through pathways that make them prosperous. And so unfortunately people they're so political, they kind of kill themselves when it comes to job prospects, or they have a certain mindset that kind of stops them from doing something outside of the box. So, or leaving where they're from or something like that, So, so yes, politics definitely do infect the mind of people, and it takes over the decision making, and that's sad. Like me, one of the best things I ever did for my life is move across the country in America, and I've been able to earn more money and live in a better quality of life. But other Black folks, they get attached to these talking points and political parties where they live and die within 5 miles of where they were born.
Thank you very much. Okay, for what I've also when it comes to American politics is that I don't know if many people know this. I believe you know about this. The billionaires, the private sector in America, they are the ones shaping the direction of the country. They use their money to do that. For instance, there is this family, the Koch brothers, they call them. The Koch. They support Republican mostly. If you check, in any election, those families they spend up to about $1 billion to $500 million supporting Republican. You understand me? So those people, with that money, they shape the direction of the country. You see, I'm not going to lie. I was very, very disappointed in Kanye West. As a billionaire, you don't come out and shout shade. Candion West, is it Candion when they call her? She's your friend. Just dump like $50K in her account, she can go out and say all those things for you. You don't need to say those things on your own. You protect. Okay, every time.
Well, can I say some a little difference of opinion? Which you
Yeah.
are right. Like most billionaires or people at that financial status kind of move a certain way. So you are
Thank
right.
you.
But the only reason why I'm not against what he did all the way is because unfortunately, Black Americans, we don't make these people fight for our vote. They already take our vote for granted. We vote for the same political party at like 90 percentile. So it's just like I think it wouldn't hurt if they have one Black man with power that says, you know, it's okay to think the other way, you know, or at
Yeah.
least consider it. So that's why I would normally I would say you're right, but just in this instance, I think it wasn't hurtful. It wasn't harmful. But yes, in the long term, we need more Black billionaires to, like you said, just be in the middle and just make sure they are able to set the agenda like most elite business people do in the country.
Yeah. That's how it should be. Because even in Nigeria, there are people currently in this coming election they are supporting both parties. Even I listen to Davido, you know the Nigerian artist Davido, he was born in the United States. So someone interviewing him about Nigeria politics, he said one thing is that the dad, because his dad is very rich, he said he donates to both parties. He doesn't care. He donates to the PDP, he donates to the APC. You understand me? These people,
Yeah,
they do this to protect their interests. They don't care about who emerges as president. They just donate to both parties and keep on moving.
Yeah. I'm gonna jump off because I have to take care of a couple of errands, but I'll be listening. So hopefully somebody comes on.
Thank you very much. Because you see, immediately I came in to counter this Caesar, he left. Because most of these Nigerians who live abroad, they just say anything they want online. If those of us that live here, if we don't come out and defend the country and say it as it is, they always want to just play blame the Northerners as the sole problem of Nigeria. No, they are not. They are the one protecting the country. Let's be real. Okay, every year, Nigeria government they release news that they are recruiting new people to the military or police. Majority of the ethnic group that apply for these roles or this job are people from the north. So if they control the government, I don't blame them. We, the minority tribe and other tribe, we don't respect those jobs. We think those jobs are just they are trash, they are nonsense.
You sound like white people and white college educated people in America.
No, I'm just telling you about the Nigeria. I'm not gonna lie. We don't benefit much. I'm from the minority tribe, but I know what is going on. You understand me? You can become anything in Nigeria if you apply for. There are opportunities, but most Nigeria, my people, they rather stay online and just follow the trend. Maybe they see one thing is trending, then they include themselves in that conversation.
Hey, I have one like kind of like not off topic, but it's a little connected. Is there like a phenomenon in Nigeria where people kind of not shun, but like they kind of do a communion thing where they kind of act like they're from another tribe or maybe change their name or something like that to kind of, you know, achieve something? Does that happen at all?
No. Let me tell you something. Like in my tribe, I don't have some like I have a grandfather. That like my last name. I don't want to mention it here. My dad answered that name as his last name. Then me, I also assigned that name as my last name. You understand me? So the last name, which is your surname, is very, very important in Nigeria. We keep that. That's for the male child. I don't know about it. Even the women, they add it as their middle name, including their husband's name. But surname is very, very important in Nigeria. So I don't believe anyone will want to change that, because if you do that, maybe your family is from a very prominent family. You won't do that, except maybe your family, your tribe. You are from like your family name is just like it's just nothing. But for me, no, I'm not going to. Even when I gave birth, my son will bear the current son name that I'm bearing right now. He won't pick my name. So that's how it is in my tribe. I don't know about other tribe in Nigeria, but for my tribe, we stick to the like. My current surname it has been for like I think for like 150 years. The surname, or more than that. Can you hear me? Hello.
I can, but I'm getting ready to leave. Sorry, keep talking because I got, like I said, I got to do chores and
Yeah.
stuff.
So no. People don't just easily change their name. They don't do that. It's not because because when you want to apply for anything, they ask you your state of origin. Very, very important. They ask you for your state of origin, and when your name bear completely English name for both sides. No, it's not possible.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, what's your name?
Sorry, I'm okay because no, I don't.
No,
Just
on
USC
YouTube.
Superfan. USC Superfan.
US what?
UFC Superfan. That's my.
Okay.
But I don't want to mention my real name.
Oh no, yeah, definitely not. Okay, thank you, and hopefully I'll see you on here again.
Okay, you're welcome. Take care of yourself. Bye.
Shalom, you dusty Africans. I will be ending the show right now, so I'll leave you with the Tutsi music. And shout out to you guys. Next time, tune in to the Kazarian Experience. Let me leave with this song. And cheers. Shalom. Anyways, see you guys later. Shalom.